We'll do a quick mic check, and that looks good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, what doesn't look good is the fact that it's detecting the wrong monitor. There we go. And yeah, let's maximize this. We're dealing with all kind of technical issues this evening. So just to let the viewers that stopped back in to check us out know, I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go. That's some good quality leadership right there.
It's not a good sign.
No, it's not.
Oh well. You can only do so much when it comes to your bandwidth, you know. It's like almost like a force of nature out there. Like it comes and goes some days.
Definitely too bad we can't play in person, so we can avoid this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually got everything turned off too, so that it shouldn't be doing that. But I see it's doing it once again on the stream. So I don't even care if it streams, to be honest, at this point. I just like to record it so we can all check it out down the road. Yeah. It would be our first missed episode if that was the case. So we'll try and keep it going here best we can. Just give a couple of minutes here for the rest of the gang to join up.
Yeah.
So how did you all find continuing the adventure in chat?
Weird.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when I wasn't able to like respond right away, so I opened Discord to like 36 missed messages.
Yeah.
And I'm like, cool, now I need to catch up.
Hey guys.
Hey Lynette. I think
Kelly froze again. Yep.
I think he's just stunned that he's so excited that Lynette joined. He's just like stunned. It's like taking it in.
No, I think it might be the streaming.
Hey Denver.
Hey Denver.
Hey, Kite. How's it going?
Let's see if we're even able to see all of our faces on this crazy getup. This is so funny.
So I'm looking at
it's only getting part of us.
Yeah, it doesn't show Kite or yourself.
Wow.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
Yep, I already did. You gotta
plugged in. Okay, you have to plug it in first.
So it actually looks like Discord and OBS are kind of messing up here. So I'm just going to open up Discord or OBS and see if I can solve this little issue. Yeah.
We can do a little warm-up role play or like, you know, practice tongue twisters or jokes or something.
Oh, wow.
Brown.
Well, I've got a joke for you. I can legitimately say I'm an STD carrier.
Oh, wow. How'd you score that?
I applied online. And Skip the Dishes let me in.
Nice.
I told him if that was the case, I want a divorce.
You know what's really funny? It's now you and Brit.
Not one of those permanent ones. It just comes and goes, you know, nothing to worry about.
Just one of those fun ones.
Yeah.
All right. So it appears that I'm not going to be able to get OBS to work like I wanted it to, which is fine. The audience, like you might get a few people cut off on here. Sorry for that, but we'll still be able to hear the adventure. Just not see all of our smiling faces.
They're not always smiling anyways.
Yeah, that's right. And for some of us, you're getting a vivid look into their lives just by staring right into their room full of packing objects and
Thanks.
Keep clean. Did you wash those? No,
That's great. Yeah.
just like intimate look. Here, look at my laundry. I got it. I got my laundry there on my. Let me see it. And like pillows on the floor.
Yeah, I had a pile of laundry on the floor just before this, and I'm like, okay, well, my room looks bad enough as is, so I kind of wanted to at least clean that up.
Just like duct tape a sheet behind you next to. No,
I actually did that right before the game once, and I was like, wow, that does not look suspicious at all, so I ended up folding it.
just have like a person's face like pressing through it.
Boy.
Oh, that don't worry about it. That's just my room mascot.
Yeah. Yeah, don't ask too many questions about it. It's legit. Don't worry.
Nothing worth wondering about.
That
Man, he is frozen way too much already.
Yeah, OBS is not working out. They're also having audio issues.
Mhm.
Can hear your voice in someone else's speakers. They're fighting over y'all.
Mm.
Well, damn.
Oh well.
There we go.
And we thought we were in the space age, hey? What is this? Might as well be stringing a couple tin cans around.
All right.
You said you
Yeah,
thought
At
you
least
were
it's reliable.
my browser encountered an error.
Mm.
That's fun.
Yeah, so I don't know how long I froze for that time.
Just a few moments.
Yeah.
You just have to let it go.
We're passing the time. It's all right, Kelly. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's good.
We're keeping it real and fresh.
Oh man.
Oh man, I
There we
haven't
go.
been fresh in a long time.
Yeah, it seems like OBS and stuff is kind of fighting with Discord, maybe. I don't like it, but it's happening, so we're just rolling with it.
Should we turn on our Discord on and off again?
No, you can if you're experiencing problems on your end, like if your face freezes, then definitely do that, but I think it's all on my side.
Oh, okay.
Either way, we got a bunch of friends hanging out with us here in the channel. I think some of you have also dialed in. Feel free to chat. The deal with the dice giveaway tonight. So we've tried to do this a few times. We're going to try it again. We have a couple of beautiful sets of dice. Look at these things. I'll try and show them off on the camera here. I'm not a dice model, so just...
Are you sure you're not a dice model?
Yeah, I am now. So we're going to give those away to anyone that can list or that puts a bet down on, or sorry, I'm not saying bet. It's the, just if you've got a feeling that one of these players is going to nail a critical roll on an attack strike anytime in this session, just post their name. Just for a little, raise your hands when I say your name. We'll introduce everybody really quick here. Emus, the human wizard. We've got what is this? Sorry, somebody. Oh, hey, Tyrannical Rex, how's it going? We're doing introduction. So we've got Kite, the human might played by Denver. Lynette playing Calyndra, the dark elf. And Grond being played by Ty. My camera's still working. That is awesome. Hasn't frozen up. Mike playing Bops, the gnome. And Brittany playing... I keep wanting to call you Calgara now. It's like, it's insane. I'm like looking at the channel. I'm like, change your frickin' name.
No. I must
Is playing Mirajane, the Aasimar. And yeah, where we last left off, a bunch of us have been playing in chat, and we've worked it up to the part where a storm has moved in, particularly fierce storm. seems to be a natural occurrence in the area, certainly where the air of the Normal plains and hills and stuff like that meets up with the mountain. It tends to get a bit stormy in these areas. And so as the storm moved in, everybody kind of retreated into a tree, into a forested area. And as other riders were coming off the road northward towards their direction, they ended up in the same camp. It turns out it is Aiden and his party of men sent back to find the party and to try and urge them to come back to Calyndra to solve the mystery of Elsith's disappearance along with another nobleman. And so now the party has a decision in front of them whether to continue on the reconnaissance mission or to return with Aiden and his men back to the city of Calyndra, where an unknown mystery awaits them.
Didn't we already agree on that one?
Yeah, it seems like Aiden wants us to go to look after Elsith right away, and this reconnaissance mission can wait. So
We should still have a group talk.
yeah,
Some distrust. Some people seem to distrust the convenience of coming back and then searching for us and all that.
Well, they haven't mentioned the two, what their prisoners were we no longer have. So that's nice.
you know, it's that'd be quite folly. It'd be quite folly of them if that were the case for them to attack us, because we would just straight up kill them all, and they probably will have to find that out the hard way if that's the case. But for that reason, I feel like we can trust them. But I understand that suspicion.
I think we head counted about 40 of them.
Yeah. Well, I'm like almost 40 pounds, so I think we could take them.
One opponent for every pound you weigh.
If you were 40 pounds of hash and we were going to light you on fire and just light everyone up, sure, they'd all be out. But I don't know. It's 40 of them is a fair number.
So you guys are sitting around discussing this at the fire, and the rain is just pounding heavy. It doesn't seem to be letting up at all. The storm clouds are brewing overhead, lightning flashing in the distance. It seems to be staying distant as far as lightning goes, so you feel relatively safe from being stricken by that, which is a good thing for people that tend to be wearing partial plate and chainmail and big shirts and metal like that. So everybody kind of sits around the fire and stews for a bit, if you will, eating their vegetable stew for Gone Bops and some nice tasty venison and vegetable stew for the rest of the party. And you guys see Lavius, that cleric that you remember before. You hear him coughing as he gets out. He just coughs for a moment, clears his throat, and gets down out of the back of one of the covered wagons, looks up with kind of disgust at the weather, and then kind of brushes himself off, straightens his clerical vestments, and heads your direction to join you by the fire. So, have you agreed to come back to Calyndra with us?
Well, that seems to be the recommended course of action, would you say?
But should we discuss it first?
On the
Aiden says, please discuss it amongst yourselves. Take your time.
Yes. Thank you.
For anyone that missed the earlier long conversations that were happening, I get it. But there was an insight check on Aiden after that story, and it was pretty high. So he was really sincere and honest. So maybe he doesn't know their true intentions or whatever, but so far Aiden, he's an ally and he seems honest.
Grond, can I get an insight check from you, please?
Whatever it is, I trust it. 100%. Well, maybe not 100, but about 85%.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
I wonder, Aiden, Emus, did you want to perhaps cast a few rituals here, my friend, like a detect magic or a detect thoughts, maybe, to see if there is anything afoot here?
I'm going to get Kite to roll an insight check for me, please.
No, you're doing that. Okay, so detect thoughts is not a ritual, but I have the slots right now.
Can you imagine getting up and doing your Hayabusa, magic? And, right in front of a bunch of soldiers, like you're going to detect their thoughts. So, yeah, be thankful there is no, giant somatic component to that spell.
Oh, yeah, no, you want that one in secret.
Yeah.
It's a flick of a finger. But no, for detect magic, I'm not. What am I looking for? That takes 11.
Like if they were magically charmed, perhaps, or there was a shapeshifter or someone invisible, maybe we could detect some sort of magical clue.
If the whole camp's been mind controlled, okay. And then detect thoughts. We're looking at the cleric or Aiden.
25, Kelly.
What's that?
Yeah, perhaps we could.
25? Okay.
We could ask our friend, the cleric, to just willingly do it, just so we know that, everything is legitimate here.
Wait, what?
And
I'm always open for interrogation. As for detect magic, give me 11 minutes. You guys discuss among yourself, and I'll just sit there, sit cross-legged, and concentrate on myself.
Are we by ourselves? There's no one close by?
Yeah, there's lots of guys relatively close by. You really only have about 20 feet distance. It's not a large clearing that you're in. It's a very tight canopied area with lots of soldiers around. So if you guys want to go off into the bush, and the soldiers, of course, are going to let you pass. If you want to migrate out into the forest a little bit, out of earshot.
It might be suspicious if I start crossing my legs and doing a little dance in front of them.
Well, there's nothing not strange about the whole lot of you to them. I mean, because they're, a bunch of relatively, similar soldiers wearing similar armor and stuff like that. So you guys stick out like a sore thumb. Grond especially.
Can I ask Aiden and just say, Aiden, are you sure that this group that we're with, there's no subterfuge or a spy?
He says, with my group? Absolutely not. He says, I would testify to the strength of heart of everyone here.
All right. Well, I don't mean to offend. It's just we've had our instances where, well, let's just say we ended up imprisoned in a mine.
He says, no offense, little one. He says, there's no offense taken at all. Trust is a hard thing to come by in these times and in these climes.
I'm going to whisper to the group. It's not so much this group we're concerned with. He received a message from an envoy that was talking about us. And he even said that this envoy, he didn't divulge much to this envoy, which to me was suspicious. If they're wearing Calyndra colors and it's an envoy from Calyndra giving you new orders, why are you suspicious to return the favor with like, hey, we just talked to them and they showed us this map and all this intel sharing? It seems very uncompartmentalized.
Okay, Grond, I'm going to need another insight check from you now.
That's what Emus's thoughts are.
You're muted.
Yeah, could I?
18? Okay, so Grond is the only one of you who would know like the military hierarchical componentry, and Grond knows, he knows like, oh well, there's no way that the envoy would say anything more than a leader of a troop of men is going to know. Aiden's not like some, he's a high-ranking officer, but they compartmentalize information through the chains, especially coming from the council, especially with what's going on. They've already had a dagger, an important dagger waylaid en route to Athrakul. So there's some trust issues going on all over the place. So Aiden's aware of the situation, but
that's what Emus is detecting. That like, holy, they're on guard, not trusting those envoys. So that's what.
Yeah, even at this camp, there's 2 to 3. There's like about 4 groups of 2 to 3 soldiers doing constant perimeter checks like this entire time that you guys are sitting around the fire. Soldiers are swapping out.
So it seems like we can trust this group here, just maybe not this envoy. But Aiden also said that we can trust the council. I recall saying that.
He does feel that council is trustworthy.
Hmm.
He does, but Who's Aiden?
Huh.
So yeah, that goes back to my further point. He's being truthful, but he might not know. Like he's just taking orders again. So
Yeah.
Why
Well,
is it we have to continue hunting and chasing down Elsith? It seems odd for a man of his power. He should be capable of coming and going as he pleases and communicating without issue.
Where are you saying this? Are you anywhere near Aiden?
I'll be saying that amidst our
Oh.
group,
Okay.
like just amongst us.
Sure. Yeah.
yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Grond. Like, Elsa seems to constantly kind of need rescuing. Like what's happening here? It is suspicious too.
Well, he could have had an anti-magic circle put on him or something. What is the thing?
Yes, there's lots of ways, I suppose. Lots of power out there.
Or, if he's so old, maybe he's just getting senile and clumsy.
there is that.
Yes. Who indeed would have the resources to steal or kidnap a wizard of, or a druid of such, power?
People that are, high enough levels that can have anti-magic shit.
He also gave us double stories, 2 different alternating stories for the exact same issue, going to get that tapestry. And then third, he also hid from us while we battled the Legion of Dark. And as soon as they were done, he just appears. Chances are he was watching that and waiting for the outcome.
Yeah, or he was super injured and couldn't engage.
Now that Elsith, I would believe to be true because he was in the form of a deer.
Yes.
So I would believe that form of Elsith to be true. My question is, on our travels up here, we saw a being which was capable of taking another's form, and we've seen her before. The bitch elf in that city.
Mm.
Is it possible that Elsith's form was taken? Is it possible the envoy was these creatures? Obviously, these creatures are in league with this cult of death.
Yeah, that was Mira, the doppelganger from, I think, back in episode 13.
Yeah, I wonder if that was the only one, or if we know there's more.
I would have to assume that these creatures would travel amongst themselves, in league with themselves. I can't imagine her to be the only one.
Yeah. Well, either way, we're looking at a bunch of danger and unknown. I do think that perhaps we should stick with Aiden since we know that he is our ally. And, we could just kind of face the unknown together with him. Whatever we may face coming into Calyndra.
The city we're going to is Calyndra.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at my map or memory, because he's got a keen mind.
Yeah.
Calyndra and Highwatch, not very close to each other.
No, months right apart.
Months.
So, how long is this journey with Aiden then to Calyndra?
Yeah, how far?
Calyndra is from the same distance from you guys are as from the Drake's Hollow to Sember.
It's
about 2.5 days.
It's your closest city out of this whole thing.
Yeah.
How far away are we from the falls?
Or city of Sember, but
let me actually from the falls about days ride. And actually, I was incorrect on that big map. I'm going to pull up the big map and see just how many leagues there is between your position and Calyndra.
At least a couple more than that. Because
I will post this in our Discord as well. So for those of you following along, I can't post it in Twitch to show you what the map looks like, but I will post it in the Take20 D&D.
Just
not the right into the Tales of Adventure, I think is where I'll post that.
Just one sec. I have a solution, I believe.
Yet to come and distract us while we stand on the doorstep of what we're here to do.
Yeah, actually, Calyndra is more the distance from where you are to Sember. So,
like
I mean,
5
it's-
days.
yeah, it's well, actually, you travel pretty good, just not with a larger force like this. So I'm probably gonna say, 2.5 days steady ride with minimal breaks.
Mm.
And you'll probably make it in that general direction because you're not far off from. I guess you're actually closer to Drake's Hollow distance because you guys are right just south of the Blood Ice Peaks, and you haven't ran. You just started going up north off the main road there, so you're actually 2 days ride,
2
if
days.
that. Yeah, if that.
Okay.
So that's not bad because the other way would have been like 4 days.
Does that help anyone? This is the big map I use.
Oh, there you go. There we go.
I wish I can.
If you can enlarge it, sure.
Not really. Wait, maybe actually. Just one sec. I forgot about this feature.
I keep forgetting I can share my screen too, so I could actually share this one, and with that, and oh no, you know what? That'll probably just screw up a bunch of crap. Is that what you're doing, Chase? Sharing your screen, or are you just pointing your camera at the screen?
No, this is every time I'm using XSplit Broadcaster, so I can do like different scenes, and this one's one of my screen shares of like the 4 screens. This is the app I use with all my notes. So if you look up here, I have the notes, the loot,
oh, that's crazy. That's awesome, man.
Journal, my wizard spell plan, and where my levels.
Speaking of which, I need a list of all your loot sent to me in direct message when you get a chance, sometime in the next couple of days, if possible. Next few days.
So the
total party loot. Yep.
I'm going to give you the.
I have to see if you found things yet and what exactly you found. Okay, so I just posted the map in both channels, so anybody who's got Discord, feel free to tune into that. For everybody in the party, you can look right down below and into the chat window, and you'll see the map there. So you can see up near the north, Calyndra is the little blue dot. You can click Open Original on the bottom left-hand corner to open the map larger if you like. But Calyndra is a blue dot towards the center of those the mountain valley there. And you guys are just to the right over at Silver Waterfalls at the base of those snow-capped mountains.
So let's do a little math maybe. Like if we're going to Silver Waterfalls, that'll take about maybe 2 days, 3 days. And then
we're spitting distance.
No.
We're like there.
Yeah,
right
you're
now.
like you're like not even a half day's travel just because the terrain gets really rough there. So things start getting very difficult as far as making any headway forward, especially if you've got horses or anything, or if there's anybody with a limited mountaineering experience to get to exactly where the falls is. So you still got a decent amount of travel, a lot of inclined territory.
But I just mean like total time for us to get back.
Oh, Emus is to get back to where you are now.
Yeah, if
we
were
you're just looking like 2 days in either direction from here to Calyndra.
Just for a refresher, who were we doing reconnaissance on specifically? Yeah, or like what was the big purpose of?
To detect the secret entrance that was written about on the map and see if it was in fact real, and then to try and do a minimal amount of scouting ahead to find out what exactly it led to.
So we don't actually know what we're scouting for. Like I thought we were looking for like some almond ghoul, the hideout thing, right?
Right. So yeah, and in order to get there, you would either have to go directly through the Thanespire, which is a heavily fortified, and long abandoned, military base on top of this mountain, a huge fortress, and you would either have to go directly through the front gates of that, and somehow make it up the Blood Ice Peaks on your own. or you would have to find a secret entrance.
Presumably the end of all that fun adventure, right? Because if Elseth has been kidnapped by Amangul thugs, wouldn't it make sense that they would bring him there?
Has he been kidnapped?
Well,
Has he been
he's missing, right?
Man,
And the last time we saw,
He's just
Our
disappeared.
action would be to bring it to the strongest, largest, closest stronghold.
so when he gave over the silver band that was one of the rings for the 6 keys of that sigil at the wrecked castle, I did the insight check, and from what I got out of that high roll was Elseth was being sincere, but then he changed his story right after that. So,
Elseth looking kind of sus.
oh, that's that game's sus. What are we, like 12? Okay,
How many of the rings do you have for the seal on that?
Oh, I just sent you that loot text in your private DM, but that's the group stuff. If you want to count my rings, shit.
Okay, so you know that you have 2 rings that are particular that go with the seal on the tapestry, right?
So I gave one to Kite, and that was the against melee AC bonus.
Okay,
That was
so
the black hermitite one. Then I have
I'll give you a hint on those rings here, because I'll just say you put it together as a mage. Is that you know that the rings for the seal do not possess any external powers or any additional powers other than fitting for that seal.
okay, so then I have 2 that you just said were magic.
Yeah, they're still magic. They're still part of the
But what kind of magic? You just said they were just magic. So there's one gold and silver ring that's just magic. I have one silver ring inscribed inside with the Elvish script Atrial, and then I have one plain silver ring that's magic.
enchantment.
Which one?
That's
All
just
of them?
well, out of the 8 classic schools of magic, I would say enchantment is the closest thing that we're gonna put it to.
The one that
Restoration,
reads Atrial,
protection.
the one that reads Atrial never detected any magic, so I thought that was just a wedding band.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, I got to look at your list and see what rings you have, because like I know that I barely know the descriptions for the 6 rings until I'm at that location where they're at in my immense amount of written crap.
Okay,
So
the one,
but I know you have 2 rings that belong to that seal. I do know that for a fact.
total we've collected 4. One I've given to Kite.
Your
3
DM's gonna stop you right there and tell you have 2 rings out of all of your rings that go with the seal. Beyond that, the rest are other rings, man.
Yeah, I know. That's what I because they're both enchantments, so I know which ones. It's on the ring finger and the middle finger.
Yeah, but just 2. That's all you got to focus on. Just
There's 2 of 6. Then we have 2 of 6.
2 of 6. Yeah.
Well, so what do you?
I'm gonna love this GIF file that's rolling up right now.
What do we think here? Just
2 rings that matter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if Elseth is missing, that probably takes priority over scouting out something that may or may not be linked to this Mongol hideout.
There's a chance that if he was taken at all, whether he was taken, missing, he can be in these stupid fall area. These fall.
Also, hey, just to bring it back just a moment, don't forget you can also win these dice. Look at them. Well, there's one of them anyway. They're very cool. And you're also going to get it in a bag with a scorpion on it. How cool is that? So the deal is you can bet in channel, you kind of got the names of everybody. Everybody's kind of speaking as they go. Pick them out. Grond, Calyndra, Bops, Kite, Mirajane, Emus, pick one of those and decide who's going to get the next critical. Post their name with your guess into chat and we'll figure it out from there. Also, if anybody wants to guess at which point during the session Brit falls asleep, We'll also give a free set of dice. I have a whole extra set of dice right here that I'm going to give away to anybody that guesses exactly when that occurs. So look for Brit to get too comfortable at one point in the chat. So you guys kind of work on the conversation for a bit, and as you're talking, you notice that the hail has stopped, and the rain is kind of slowing now to a bit of a dull storm, and the wind seems to have subsided a bit, but the clouds rolling overhead are still quite dark, and it feels like it's night, even though you're pretty sure it's just afternoon, 2:00 in the afternoon.
Huh. Well, what were you gonna say, Kite, about if Elsith is just missing? Then
That's a great Gmail.
Well, if no one knows for sure that he was taken, there's no sign of abduction. The people we're fighting do have teleportation magic, but don't those portals leave behind some kind of like residue on the ground, right?
I don't know.
If there was no evidence of him
There
being
are a bunch of people looking for him in Calyndra, and they've been pretty, incapable of doing so. What more can we do? Like,
it does seem odd to try and pull us over there.
we're not gonna get any more better.
Unless, of course, your DM was hearing your cries from an omnipotent place in the universe for some downtime, some much-needed city time.
Yeah.
Unless he had heard that at any one time and was directing the entire party to go to the nearest city for some downtime.
Here's the thing. We gotta tie up these loose ends before we can do downtime, though.
Yeah, then get that secret entrance. Get in there. I look forward to either one of these paths, whichever ones you pick.
As he rubs his hand.
I do want to go to a city for fucking armor. Yeah.
Armor. We have several suits of armor that may work for you.
Armor, which I might add, that Grond has been wearing so long now that it's beginning to chafe, and certain people are starting to smell less than grand after the rain-soaked cloth has, done its job. Everybody smells like a pile of wet dog.
So
prestidigitation, please.
Yeah, Foom prestidigitates himself when somebody finally mentions it. Hey, buddy, you're starting to, right.
I just had this.
I've got my prestidigitation too.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, and for for chat, yes, we know you can't see everyone. We nailed that down in the beginning of the episode. We got some technical difficulties tonight, but it is nonetheless going to be an unforgettable evening, I assure you.
If we can make a decision.
Suddenly,
it might be the whole night. We might just be like, I don't know, Calibre or the Falls. Calibre or the Falls.
I suddenly feel strangely compelled to travel to Calyndra. I can't put my finger on why, but destiny draws me there.
Yeah. See, I knew we were missing some clue there, and Kelly just gave it to us.
I mean, no one wanted to say it, but I was kind of feeling that way.
Sarcastic right now. Yeah. Everybody's being super sarcastic because I saw this leash a long time ago. We just didn't want to meta it out. Like, this is hey, go to the city if you guys want downtime, and then we'll get back to what I have planned for you.
Oh man, that was funny.
Aiden, I guess if these guys trudged all the way up here, any element of surprise we may have been hoping for is probably gone. So it might not be a good idea to travel into those secret mine thing or secret paths, anyways. So,
and I feel like we have a map knowing where it is, anyways. So that's not really a rush, I suppose.
So now I will say this, and I will give you guys this little piece of meta here, is that either direction that you pick here is fully fledged. So it's not like I'm sending you off to a city and it's just not even an element. It's one of many elements occurring at this stage in time, with what's going on. with you guys. So regardless of the direction that you choose, there are probably going to be elements that will, either help you or kill you. Regardless of where you go, there are going to be items of information with potential to be discovered.
That's the way I see it, my friends. Life's a journey. It doesn't matter where you go. You just got to put one foot in front of the other.
Life's also like a box of chocolates.
Well, life is a highway.
Yeah, that's what went through my head.
Life's a bitch, then you die.
Sometimes life's a bitch, then you keep on living.
Hey, there we go.
Another thing they also say is life is grand.
Life is Grond.
Oh God, I hope life's not Grond.
Seriously.
Yeah. Roll for positivity check. Succeeds. Crits on the entire party. Grond,
I don't want to
beacon
know
of
what
sunshine.
Grond. I don't want to see Grond crit on anyone.
Yeah. So the afternoon is still staying, relatively dark. You guys, kind of laugh around the campfire for a little bit, for about 20, 30 minutes more. The rain does seem to be slowing up quite a bit now. The wind is still steady beyond the edge of the trees. So the moment you step out of the thick, tree line surrounding this little clearing in the middle of the woods, you stick your head out into the plains and you can feel that wind hit you pretty good. And you can see stretching across the low hills, there's, bit round areas of forest, clumps of forest here, clumps of forest there, and lots of hilly hilly grassy areas leading right down to the main road leading east to west, with west leading towards Calyndra. And that's the road that the riders also come off of. That's the road you guys come off of, heading northeast towards the mountains and Silverwater Falls.
So should we talk to that cleric or Aiden and we're all in agreement then we're going to Calyndra?
Sure.
Thanks.
Right. Kite will go for another perimeter check. If you guys
Okay. Need a perception check from you then, please.
Rianne was able to send us to Highwatch. Was she able to send us to Calyndra?
Rihanna is nowhere to be found right now. Are you going to teleport there?
I was just seeing if that might have been an option. Plan C.
Oh, like you would have to get her to teleport A to your location and then B to teleport you from that location to your location.
Or because we're kind of so
I think
close.
the amount of time it would take to walk to Drake's Hollow just to have a teleport would probably be similar to just going to Calyndra.
Yeah, probably, maybe.
Yeah, we'll go. We can ride on these horses too. We'll go fast with these warriors, I'm sure. I'll ride. I call shotgun with Aiden.
Okay. Aiden kind of chuckles at the when here's this whatever term you're gonna use for shotgun. What is a good term? Anybody know what's a good term for shotgun in the medieval days? I'll ride crossbow.
Yeah, crossbow.
That's pretty good. Yeah. Aiden chuckles at the thought of you riding crossbow beside him, but he rides, solo mounted on a war horse. And certainly not with a magenta bearded gnome hanging off its ass.
Hey, you never know when you need a gnome.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll climb inside his saddlebag.
Yeah.
There's no place like gnome. How long are you guys hanging around the afternoon? It doesn't appear that they're interested in breaking camp at this time. It's pretty muddy and wet. Nobody's eager to do anything other than kind of dry off. You can see that a lot of the soldiers, they suit up in armor, and then begrudgingly do a patrol for a while, and then they come back, sit around a tree, take off their armor, kind of wring themselves out, sit by the fire, dry off a bit, and then they kind of do this cyclical patrol exchange as they're watching the perimeter. So you definitely get the sense that you could have a long, healthy rest here. If you want to do dinner here this evening and roll through to the evening, I won't require checks from you, but I will certainly be making checks for the guards. If anybody wants to stay up on a watch with all of the guards, you're welcome to do so. If you decide that you're going to stay the night, otherwise you're welcome to try and pursue a course back to Calyndra without them.
Yeah, I think we could just wait, Because there are some that like Aiden is going back with us.
Okay.
Is that what's happening?
Yeah, that's the idea. They were going to give you safe escort.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think we just wait. Go
Okay.
back with them.
Well, the evening passes completely without incident, and the night sets in. The wind still keeps up, and the clouds they break and kind of dissipate, and the rain stops, which is good for everybody's morale. And before you know it, there's a couple of large bonfires. Most of the small cook fires have been put out, and there's a couple of larger bonfires sort of at either end of the clearing, and everybody's just kind of hanging out at those. It's casting a really good light around the area, and they're still doing the cyclical patrols around. Everything's just a little more quiet now. People are keeping low on the conversation. A lot of the soldiers are, nodding off and sleeping at various stages of the patrols. So what's everybody going to do?
I'm going to try to contact my Deva when I'm trying to sleep.
And I'm going to work on my hand crossbow designs here. I want to get those figured out in Calyndra.
I'll help take a watch at one point.
Grond will watch.
Is there any like nearby rivers or anything?
Okay. At one point during the night, Grond, I'll get you to roll perception. We'll say that you took first watch.
Emus will keep his light and then read the Primal Undeath, Understanding the Nature of Undead book that you let me find.
There's a few of them written, so it's always funny to me when you mention the titles that you've found. I can shoot you some more info on that later.
Yep.
So 17 plus 2, 19.
Okay, you actually notice from your distinctly higher vantage point here, like you can come around the patrol area, and one side of the clearing is a little bit higher than the other. You can kind of see a break through the trees from your position, and you're not sure, but on the horizon, just over the top of the forest that you traveled in earlier, you know how you had that low dip and there were kind of patches of trees on either side, that somewhere in that area, you can kind of see what looks like the silhouette of something moving with its head just above the tree line. You just see this black silhouette cast against the horizon.
Above the tree line.
Yeah.
How tall was the Etten? He wasn't tall enough to be above the tree line, was he?
13 feet.
Is anyone else awake at this point in time?
Yep, there are soldiers moving around, but they're noticeably shorter than you are.
Are any of the other members of the group awake at this time?
Calyndra, were you saying that you were awake at the same time as Grond, or did you want to be on a different watch?
Be on a different watch.
Okay, then as far as I know, nobody else from the party was awake at the same time, other than Emus studying a book.
Well,
Aha. I did guess right. Maybe.
I'm gonna look at one of the soldiers. Did you want a boost?
He looks up at you wide-eyed. Sorry? Boost?
There is something walking amongst the trees, above the trees.
All right then. And he sets down his pike staff and puts his hand on the pommel of the sword. How do we do
hold
this?
Him up and I point. So
okay.
I'm just gonna grab him. He can kind of sit
so
first.
Yeah, you hold him up with no problem at all. And he's looking and he's like, I don't see what you're referring to. He doesn't seem to notice.
Okay, so I'm going to try and point it out so he can maybe have advantage or whatever you want to call that.
You're just going to place your meaty paw on his melon and turn it in the direction you need him to.
Just going to kind of have one hand kind of right here, follow the finger.
Okay, so he's actually seems to be a little bit of a dullard, and it takes you almost a good 3 minutes here of trying to prod him in the right direction, but he finally fixates on the silhouette in the distance, kind of looking like it's moving above the tree line. He sees, oh my goodness, I think I see it. Is that a giant?
I would assume it is potentially a giant, one of Storm or the like, who might be causing this weather.
So he's like, we've seen Ettins in these parts, but not giants. He's like, please set me down. I must alert Aiden.
Okay, I'll set him down. Oh, for Ettins, don't worry. One drop kick to the chest and they run off like little bitches.
Yeah, were you not giant sized at that time too? Can you imagine the size of your foot impacting like anything?
Well, like Andre
Kaboom.
the Giant had a size 24, and he was what, 7'6", something like
Yeah.
that. So if you think about that, Grond was effectively almost
16
three
feet,
times. So
24 feet.
think of it like a 5-foot foot, just kind of thump.
Yeah, that's nuts. I mean, literally for a human being, you could just like go long, boom, just like give him the boot. Yeah, so you notice that it just seems that whatever that thing is on the horizon appears to be almost rummaging through the forest, like like somebody would in a garden. And it's too far away right now to pick up your light and sound, but your the smell of the stew from earlier maybe might be enough to pick it up on the wind.
Is there much left of the venison stew?
No, hardly anything you notice, and most of the stuff is being cleaned up by the squires like several hours ago. Yeah. So they've done a good job of cleaning up. It's just the fires that remain.
I'm going to try and make use of whatever time I can. Pull an axe, chop down a couple of the local trees, and I'm going to try and do what I can to make a stand so that a guard or two can be getting a better vantage point to watch this thing, to keep an eye, because if something happens in the middle of the night, it'd be good if we actually had pre-knowledge.
Okay, I'm going to get a perception check for you if you don't mind.
That would be a 14.
Okay, you just managed to avoid bumping into one of the traps attached to the pots and pans warning system, and you managed to chop down two trees that were not, so wired up, so to speak, and start, formulating this tree stand outfit. So, what's everybody else doing? You staying sleeping through the night? Anybody else waking up for Calyndra?
Okay.
Actually, let's roll into your watch.
Okay. That was perception.
Yep. So,
10.
okay, so as the tail end of Grond's watch is coming, that's where he's just noticing this silhouette and everything and boosting these people up. And you kind of hear Grond's found these trees more near where you were sleeping, and you kind of wake up to him smacking away, trying to be quiet at these trees. And you wake up. So now both of you are awake.
Rude way to wake up, Grond. You're muted.
Muted. Fucking
I'm a
muted.
mute. I'd point at her. Come here. You want to see what's a really rude way to wake up?
Well, okay.
So I lift her up at the end of his axe.
Okay, well, she's going to get a really good vantage point with the extra height there. And I'm going to show you now your elven eyes and your, half-ogre eyes are able to see pretty good in the dark, but it's the fading light on the horizon that's really kind of all you can make out is that silhouette on the horizon. But you definitely see a silhouette moving about the tree line, like I said, as if searching for something. But you don't see two heads on it, and it's noticeably larger than the Etten.
And Grond made a like a tree stand kind of thing. So I'll perch up there and keep an eye on it for my watch.
Okay, I'm gonna get. Okay, so you're watching. I'm gonna get a perception check from you two, please. One more.
Ooh, 19 plus 5, 24.
Okay, you see the figure seem to stoop down into the tree line, and you lose sight of it for about 3 minutes now.
How far away was it?
This is a good 800, 900 yards away.
And which direction was he moving?
North. He was just shuffling back and forth. You would say a more east to west rummage through that particular patch of forest. That particular patch, you figure, was the one that the Etten went screaming through on his way out of the place.
Do I see any movement of trees between me and where he was?
Not as part of the clump of not as part of this little forest that you're in, but there's a huge gap of open grassland between you and that other patch of forest. And looking to that patch of forest, you can definitely see the tops of the trees swaying as if, whatever it is has just stooped to a lower position and is now searching amongst the trees.
So the layout of the land kind of thing, if he leaves, he's going to have to cross the grassy area to get to us?
Yeah, most definitely. Here, I'm just going to sketch something real quick here.
Okay.
So.
Anyone else got any epic music playing in the background for them right now?
So you can see this is more of a lower area here. So it just kind of dips down these little hills here and then dip into a bit of a valley and then kind of comes up on another hilly side. This forest over here it looks small, but it's not small. So you guys are literally this big on that map. Maybe smaller.
And where are we right now?
You're down in the very south, just literally off the map. There we go.
Oh, camp. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just back this up a notch here.
And that valley has no trees.
And that valley has no trees, none
Okay,
whatsoever.
I'll just keep watching then.
Okay, yeah, it's open and grassy. Okay, so Aiden kind of wanders up and he's got a couple of guys with him and they're just, strapping on some armor. Aiden's already dressed. You're not even sure if Aiden has left his armor the entire evening. And he says, hey, big fella, do you think you can give me a spot up on there as well? I'd like to have a look.
Absolutely. I would have made a bit of a ladder so people could climb up it.
Okay.
So you can get up there.
Okay, no problem. So yeah,
and then Grond will go back to sleep actually.
Okay, so yeah, he hand over hands and gets up on the stand beside Calyndra. Since she hasn't come. Oh, Grond holding people? Oh yeah, that's exactly it. Hopefully not that bad way though.
Oh.
Took me a second. I was like, yeah, no, maybe not.
I didn't see that right away either.
It's not that creepy.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you see his hand? Are you in chat as well watching this stuff, J-Man? That's funny. So anyway, yeah, you notice that after a while, the silhouette seems to pop back up out of the tree line, and after about 20 minutes, seems to fade off as if walking into the distance.
Okay.
So Aiden doesn't appear too concerned. He's like, well, it looks to have left, but we'll keep an eye on it. And he gets down from the stand and they look to be continuing their business. He sent a couple of soldiers to the north, to the edge of the forest, to keep an eye on this grassy area, just to keep an eye on it so that there's no crossing. So somebody will be there to alert you, and you guys can continue to rest or do whatever you like. Emus, are you going to sleep?
For the last 4 hours, yes, please. Short rest.
Okay. So Emus gets a short rest. The rest of you, if you want it, can get a long rest and apply whatever experience was handed to you in the last message regarding experience.
No, I was mostly trying to bookworm this one out. It's the one I don't have any notes on, so
Okay. No problemo. So yeah, the entire rest of the evening passes by uneventfully, and in the morning, the troop of soldiers begins to disassemble the camp and pack everything up very neatly and efficiently into the back of the two covered wagons. The priest, now forced out of his sleeping quarters, has taken a seat on one of the covered wagons, and appears to be directing the team of horses out of there as everybody kind of forms up, and the squires hurriedly run around and try and dust off any evidence of pots and cooking fires, just to cover things with leaves and cover it with down foliage from the night before. And when they finish that, everybody kind of just loads up and starts heading southwest towards the main road, the direction they came in. Everybody loading up with them and going?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so it doesn't take long for you guys to meet up with the main road, and you continue down it for some time. What are your positions generally within this? Like, they've got a troop of people, and then they have the caravans in the center and a troop of people behind. Most of the horseback riders are riding towards the front, with 4 of them staying towards the rear.
Is there a wagon with us?
There's 2 covered wagons.
I'll be on the wagon.
Okay.
If I
so-
may be on the wagon as well, just to get my stuff prepared for the morning.
Okay, so there's 2 wagons, a food wagon and a supplies wagon. Which wagon are you riding on?
Food
Whichever, there's room enough.
There's room on either one of them if you cram yourself up on top of the crates and lean back. Emus, you could be reading a book up there comfortably on the supplies wagon. And Bops, there's more than enough room to squeeze you just about anywhere.
I'm like the size of a rutabaga anyways, so.
Rutabaga. Oh, man, those are sweet.
A little more
Look at those.
bigger, actually.
Look at those look at those claws in channel.
Those are awesome.
Yeah. We might be seeing Grond with some insane claws here. Schnick. Yeah, so you guys are cruising down the road for quite a bit more time. Several hours pass, and you head into the early afternoon without incident. You guys pass the crossroads where it decks down south towards Sember and Drake's Hollow, and you guys keep going in an westerly direction. Passing through, I gotta find that map again.
Yeah, Grond, maybe the 2 of us can go find a good weaponsmith, because I have some ideas I want to try out for some special hand crossbows.
Sounds like a good idea, little one. It's
Yeah.
either these or
Do you guys have a fair... Oh. Muted! I wish I could push a button on OBS. I'm going to set that up next time so something funny happens every time people mute themselves.
I'm just looking for the other ones real quick. But yeah, Grond has got some ideas, and he'll bandy those ideas about with Bops for a moment.
Well, that's a good person to bandy those ideas about with, since Bops is himself a bit of an engineer.
A tinkerer.
A tinkerer for sure. Yeah. So you guys are actually having a really good conversation.
It's all about the little fingers.
Right. You guys are having a good conversation. The road carries on in a bit of a northwesterly direction, and there's a pretty cool breeze coming down off the mountains, which rise up to quite some height on the right-hand side of the road. It's not much distance between the road and the mountains, and it just starts going vertical. So you end up in a bit of shady area, then sun, and see as the jagged mountains kind of follow the road. And to the south, there is pretty much open plain and hill with sections of forest. You actually start to smell baking bread, and you do pass a cottage of sorts, which is just several hundred yards to the south of the road, and has a little trail of smoke coming out the chimney, but looks like somebody's residence or farm. Just in case anybody's like stopping off to, go bother somebody or steal stuff, let me know. So,
Baked bread sounds fun, though.
yeah.
Go
It
up to
just
the
felt-
house and see if we can get some.
You're going to the house?
Baked bread?
Okay. All right. So let me get this straight. The Necromancer with the scythe and the Dark Elf are going off to trundle up to somebody's house and ask if they could buy some bread. So the Aiden kind of looks over and kind of shakes his head as he sees you guys divert off the path, and they're going at a fair pace. So you will have to catch up a little bit as you make your way up the front path towards this house. And as you approach, you see that it starts to get like really flowered, like lots of flower bushes and stuff in the front yard. And you're walking up, and literally walk directly into an invisible wall.
What fuck, man?
About 80 feet from the front of the house. You literally go boom.
That's really disturbing.
Okay. I thought it was like a doll's hand. I don't know.
Oh my goodness!
Get rid
What
of
the?
it.
That better not be. Oh, I thought somebody. Man, that's not one of you, is it?
No.
That's like.
Okay.
A lot
no one-
happened this year.
What
Okay.
am I looking at?
Let's just forget about
That was like-
it didn't actually happen.
I gotta sleep tonight.
it. I looked up small fingers and I don't know.
Not anymore.
Was it a foot? Was it a hand? Was it a fan?
I thought it looked like a doll's hand, but the more I look at it, the more it's
But
just
like a doll's hand left too close to the hearth, you know? Like, oh, that's not gonna scare children at all. It's scaring adults, for crying out loud.
I gotta stay off the GIF files here and just like focus
The
on
interwebs is so full of wonder and amusement.
Everyone got me.
Yeah, if you find yourself short of things to drive you mental here, definitely check out that there interwebs. Everybody's seen Family Guy. You remember when Quagmire discovers a lot of porn on that there internet. One giant muscular arm. Too much. So yeah, you guys are still traveling down this road. What are you two doing at this invisible barrier? You find that you cannot pass. There is a low light coming from parted shutters in the front window. And you do see shadows passing back and forth as if somebody is meandering about inside.
How much do we want this bread, Emus?
I do enjoy the smell of fresh.
Oof.
If we want to stop, I'm down to go.
Okay. I was like, hello.
Okay, you see the shadowy figure on the inside stop. It doesn't pass by the light anymore, and there's just a moment of silence.
Do you have bread for sale?
See what we can
You
do.
see a head. The silhouette of a head peek through the crack in the shutters, and a moment later, the front door opens up. What do you want?
The bread smells good.
Ah, it's my bread. Who in their right mind just wanders off the main road and asks, nay, disturbs a gentleman for his bread?
Travelers.
Travelers? Look at the size of the thing that man has. I'm not letting anyone with a weapon like that near me. And what's with all the skulls and stuff? He doesn't look right.
Well, I mean, dead.
What's wrong with him? He's awfully pale. Are you in need of medical assistance?
Quite the shit. I didn't think this ahead. I don't have charm person prepared. Yeah, no, I'm quite alright. I just don't get much sun.
Look, he says, look, if you... he shakes his head. Just leave me be.
I was going to type that.
He goes back in. Look, all right. And you see him rummaging around. You can hear the rattling of spoons and stuff being tossed across some wooden counter inside. And he returns with a loaf of bread. He wanders his way up to the path and he says, here. And he tosses it. And you see a brief shimmer as the bread passes through the invisible wall. And it's coming towards you, Calyndra.
I'll try catch it.
You catch this still warm loaf of bread. He's like, if that's what it takes to get you off my front porch, now piss off. And he turns and wanders back to the thing, completely ignoring any further requests, and closes the door angrily. You see a moment later, he shuffles his way over to the shutters and closes those as well.
Right, thank you, sir, and toss a couple gold coins to wherever they land. Or
Okay,
copper.
the coins
Silver.
appear to pass. The coins appear to pass beyond the barrier and land near the front doorstep. You hear some muffled grumbling from the inside of the house, and then it falls silent.
I was gonna say gold is quite expensive bread. Copper makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have in your hands a very delicious-smelling loaf of freshly baked bread.
Oh
I'll
my
just
God, thank you,
break
Calyndra.
it in half and give one to Emus, and we'll try catch up. As we
All
might.
right, I look forward to your constipation. So, Like, who eats an entire half loaf of bread? What is
We're gonna
going
eat it
on?
all at once. We can save them for later.
Okay,
Right,
all
right,
right.
right.
Make sure you play that shit. If you don't RP that stuff, man, I'm gonna roll for constipation later, and you better hope I don't crit fail.
Yeah, I'll eat until like have like the equivalent of maybe a couple slices or something.
Okay, so yeah, sensible amount, and you just gnawing on this bread.
Yeah.
You can give yourself 2 temporary hit points each. And you return to the main road. It takes a bit of a fast pace, so you do get a little bit of a grumbly tummy at the end of it, Calyndra, as you find that eating bread and walking at a fast pace does not agree with your constitution.
I'll jump up on the wagon at that point then if I'm not feeling so great.
Yeah, just a little bit off. So yeah, you hop up on the crate, but otherwise the bread was absolutely delicious and really nourishing, and everybody can smell it as you came up the back end of the...
Calyndra, can I get some of that bread? It smells super sweet.
Okay.
Man, this seems like magical bread. Does this come from like a magical house or something?
You eat the bread and it is delicious. You only get 1 hit point though, as it is not the fresh baked delicious that it was for Calyndra and Emus. So 1 temporary hit point to you, and you guys are the envy of the entire group. As you see, yeah, you can see soldiers just eyeballing. You feel for a moment, Calyndra, that they're eyeballing you and Emus, but you see, like, looking at their eyes, you're able to discern that they are staring directly at the loaf of bread you frequently pull out and munch on.
You chose not to come.
Yeah. So
Well, I will offer it to the group, starting with Kite. My leftover portion after my couple bites.
Okay. Kite, you can also, anybody who takes a bite of that stuff can. Oh, Kite's refusing. Going gluten-free.
Politely decline.
Okay. So,
No
I mean,
then
as
I'll,
Emus is like greedily gnawing on the thing, you want a bite, bro?
yeah,
I'll offer Jane as well.
Mirajane,
Oh, all right. Yeah, you guys can all each have a. You can have a temporary hit point.
Thank you.
And you guys make your way as dusk begins to fall. The light is beginning to fade, and the weather is relatively clear, though. That cool breeze keeps washing down from the mountains to the north of you. But you're kind of coming between a valley. There's like peaks just to the left of you, peaks to the right of you, and you're stuck in the middle with Grond. And you keep cruising along the road. You actually aren't getting bothered by much. Mostly due to your proximity to Calyndra, which you can see the faint glow just off in the distance. You can see just some dull glow emanating from there, and it's pointed out by one of the men. The lights of home will be there by morning, I'm sure. And it looks like they're going to march through the evening.
Let's do it.
Okay. So you guys march through the evening. Who is standing with watch? What are you guys doing? Where are you?
I'm in the food cart.
In the food cart?
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
And I'm like looking around, making sure, looking after everyone,
Okay, there's not much food left, so there is quite a few empty crates and stuff back here. You're able to kind of set yourself up a nice place to sit. Everything was kind of put back neatly, but after you've shuffled it around a bit, it's a little bit disheveled back there. But you guys continue to march on through the night. The next few hours are relatively uneventful. When you hear one of the men call out from the front of the line, "Hey, look there!" And anybody looking at the guards kind of sees that they're staring up in the sky.
What do we see?
Yeah.
You see, all staring, a few of you, it takes you a bit of a moment to kind of pick it up, but you see a large creature with bat-like wings, kind of the form of a dragon, but you can only discern 2 legs near the hindquarters. But it is quite large, at least it appears to be large from this distance, and it's kind of coasting along the edge of the mountains to the north, heading towards a large river just north of the mountains where you guys are.
If I may shake the sensor and send the Raven up for a closer look.
Okay. You certainly can.
Use my knowledge against medicine for beasts to see if I recognize if it's like a wyvern or manticore. That like
Oh, right.
And
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
keep an eye on it as well. From the
Okay. Well, yeah, several of you actually do recognize it as a wyvern. There's a picture posted in chat there for you. That is generally the gist of what you can make out from Emus's report. Most of you can't make out any details like that from this distance. It is flying off away from you. Actually, I'm going to get a perception roll from who's near food cart, Brit. I'll get a perception roll from you, please.
Ooh, nat 20.
Nat 20. You actually overhear one of the soldiers say, That's the third one of those buggers we've seen. Wyverns. He's like, What portents of evil brings those creatures back to these parts?
Back? Well, that's not good.
Yeah, so history check, Brit.
Where's my history thing? Okay. 18.
Okay, so you do recall that wyverns have pretty much been eliminated from this area. I mean, they built a lot of these old watchtowers and stuff as defenses and used them to wipe out a lot of. That's where Drake's Hollow was built around one of the towers used for that express purpose to wipe out the population or defend from the population of wyverns that had infested the area long ago. But most of them, it's been a rare sight in these parts for many, many decades.
Huh. That's not.
So you can choose to share that information with the party if you decide to, speak up and say.
Yeah, I share that with the party that's near me.
Okay, so yeah, Mirajane begins to, spin some history and relays that, they're supposed to be rare in these parts.
It's the third one they've seen. That's not good.
On our first session way back south of Sember, do you remember that? Where it was this is the area of wyverns, but we got closer and it turned out not to be wyverns, but that sign did say watch out for wyverns. So we are very far from when we first started. So I think that was episode number 1.
Okay.
Keen mind.
I remember that.
There you go.
All right, so you continue to watch it, and it appears to descend somewhere over this large river off in the distance. It's really hard to see any kind of detail, even the fading, like with the moonlight overhead and stuff. You do get a kind of silhouettes of certain trees and mountainous outcroppings, stuff like that. But you continue marching towards the city of Calyndra. Eventually, arriving at the city gates, and you can hear the hustle and bustle of a very busy city. Even though it is like 4 o'clock in the morning by the time you guys roll up to that gate, it appears that the city is still very much full of life. There are bright torches and lanterns burning all over the place that you can see in windows and in little alcoves in the side of the wall, and the place is like basically lit up like party town. So as you approach the city gates, the guards see the contingent and easily wave you through, and you guys proceed into the city of Calyndra. There is literally like hundreds of people in the central gate area when you walk in. There's like full clamor of conversation and commerce going on from one end of this place to the other. And for anybody even near Aiden, he would share that, Calyndra never sleeps. It's a city of vast commerce from, that comes through these parts from Al Shanir to Highwatch. And they're very fortunate to have a city with such robust trade at all hours of the day and night. Unfortunately, it comes with the price of not so much sleep for those of us that choose to guard the city. And you guys are literally like surrounded by a market. There's a huge area when you come in. Is anybody doing anything immediately? Like, it is early, but you can still shop. You can find a place to stay. Aiden is. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Aiden if there's like the most amazing place to go get hand crossbows and some like little tinkering gears and springs and things like that.
Yeah. He tells you to visit Aramon Kazgor at the smithy right near the council hall.
Hey, perfect. Right near the council hall too. You hear that? What is it called? Aramon Smithy?
Aramon's
Kazgor.
Yeah, Aramon Kazgor.
Emus. Okay, sorry. I'll let anybody else go first, but Emus does have some couple destinations he'd like to go.
Okay.
Kite, you got where you want to go?
So as you come in, most of us, like a lot of the men, actually dissipate out into the crowd. They're going to different locations, but a small group of about a dozen men with these covered wagons, they continue on straight into the city and start moving past busy alleyways and stuff like that. But they're headed straight towards the council hall. That's where they were supposed to deliver you to. So that's the contingent that's staying with you. Who's doing what?
Well,
I want to look for a place for armor or, stuff like that.
Would that be the same place, Aramond?
Yep.
Kazgor.
So you guys continue up through the city for about another 20 minutes, and you arrive at the smithy to find that it is actually closed at this hour.
Oh, damn. Just my luck.
Yeah. So you do find, you've passed other smithies, perhaps not as recommended or of as high renown on the way here, but it's fairly early in the morning, and Aiden beckons you to attend the council chambers as quickly as possible, so that you can be shown your quarters, and he can complete his mission, which is to deliver you to the council.
All right,
safely and soundly.
Let's go to the council first, and then we'll do some shopping.
Okay, so you guys approach the council hall. It's this huge, regal-looking place with carved stone columns holding up this really thick, ornate roof. The entire building appears to be made of stone. You would guess some kind of black marble with gold trimmings, and appears to be very, very regal, very official. There's several guards out front that are dressed in really nice-looking armor. And they kind of usher you through as Aiden steps up the steps and leaves the dozen guards behind to man the covered wagons and deal with that stuff. Is everybody attending Aiden as he continues into the building?
Yep.
Okay. So you guys continue into the building, and you're actually walking for a few minutes down a really huge hall. There's pedestals with statues of different people lining the hall, and archways lead off into different rooms. But the hall generally carries east to west, and you continue into a large general assembly area. There is only 2 people seated in the council seats at the far end of the hall, and both of them look up and see you. There's several other people milling about the area in this general assembly area, and it appears that most of them are dressed in noble's garb. They appear to be having discussions of different, politics and things going on in the area. And they two.
Oh, sorry. You go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say that two. Nice. Your go.
When they look up at me, I'm just going to be like, greetings, and shoot some sparks up into the air. That's all.
Okay. There's a little bit of a hush and a couple of grumblings as you do that. And please, no magic in these quarters.
It seems strange to me, but okay.
This is not the place nor the time for such festivities. We have serious matters on our hands. Mm-hmm. We know who you are, and they beckon you forward to the base of the. Oh yeah, shredder claws. Nice.
Sorry. Keep going.
Yeah. No, that's okay. I'm looking forward to Grond getting some of these things outfit. Holy crap!
He's like joining the Foot Clan here on us.
Yeah, no doubt.
Slowly but surely. Who said that?
Man. That's two rounds of feet too much. Now we got the Foot Clan and that other whatever the heck that I think it was a foot. I hope
let's not talk about it.
Yeah,
to those guys.
Yeah, it looks like Brit's like turned off her camera. She's like, I don't want them to see me napping.
Uh-huh. Right.
With the
Oh, I just need to stretch out my back, y'all. I don't
Oh
want
no,
to-
it's all good. You're all good. We're just making sure that you're still with us.
who said that?
So,
Who scolded him for using magic?
Oh, they're just saying I shouldn't have been so festive, but they don't know me yet. That's okay. I'll give them a pass.
I know, but I'm just noting. Was it just someone of rank?
well, it was two of the council members who introduced themselves as Connor and Darrow.
Oh god.
Sorry, Gone Bops. Perhaps next time I'll
Oh.
juggle you again.
Yes.
Connor
So,
and Darrow.
Yeah, Connor Lessea, Lessea, and Darrow Hard Axe. And he does
Jeez,
not look
Darrow.
like a warrior
Hard ass.
at all. As a matter of fact, from the Hard Axe fellow, you get the general sense of pompousness immediately, and he kind of looks down his nose at you with some disdain as the other gentleman speaks.
Sorry, Gone Bops. He's a bit of a hard axe.
Yeah,
Oh,
I can tell. You beat me to it, Grond.
Calyndra just looks down her nose at him back.
So they discuss that your arrival in the chambers is not unexpected, but comes at too early an hour for the rest of the nobility to be present in the council chambers. So he says that you'll probably have to come back in a while for more information, since they're only privy to what they can tell you now. Is that both Elseth and another nobleman named Gavin Elamon, Elemon, Gavin Elamon, were to meet a contact with some very important information, the information they would not say without meeting those two people, in particular at the Harpy's Eyrie. Harpy's Eyrie, yeah, the inn and tavern. And that they insisted to meet with them alone, that no guards were to be present, and that they would be unharmed.
And now they're missing.
And now they have gone missing. We've approached the barkeep. He said they never arrived. But we don't trust him. Attempting to read his mind, we could not detect anything other than that he was hiding something.
Perhaps we should go pay him a visit. Do you suspect foul play?
Yes, we absolutely suspect foul play. Neither one of the individuals has been seen, and Gavin, for one, would not be cavorting about in seedy bars looking for information. The fact that it was even asked for by name is a disturbing fact in and of itself.
Who is this Gavin?
There's a spy.
Yeah, Gavin is one of the council members. He is an important decision maker here in Calyndra.
Just like Elseth.
Well,
But he had
chuckles.
ulterior thoughts.
He's definitely hiding something. We've taken him into custody.
Who? Gavin?
No, the barkeep from the Harper's Eyrie. Yeah. He would not reveal what he knows, but he knows something. We just haven't been able to get it out of him. You will, of course, have full access to him in his cell. And he kind of smirks looking at Grond. I'm sure you'll be able to convince him otherwise.
Well, is he wearing armor?
No, he was a barkeep.
Gone Bops.
Sorry.
Yeah, he says, you're welcome to attend his cell. It lies below these chambers.
Should be attended first before meeting this council, the rest of the council.
Maybe recommended that you wait to meet the council for a more appropriate hour, and you're welcome to discuss with them anything you like pertaining to the captured barkeep. Oh, man. Why did I look at that? That was the weirdest thing. The weirdest thing ever.
We got a foot theme happening.
I didn't see that as a toe at first.
Really? What
You
else?
have a weird foot thing going on here.
What has
I-
been seen cannot be unseen.
Oh man, that is. I wish the rest of the people over here in Twitch chat could see the horrors that are going on in this chat.
No.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh man,
Tonight.
I know too much. Has anybody bet in chat yet? Like, there's a bunch of people watching. If you want to win a set of dice, we've got a couple sets to give away. Feel free to toss down your guess on who is going to score the next critical hit in any combat that may ensue in this episode. So, you guys actually start to see that more people are milling about the area, and some people have actually come in through the front door and appear to be quite interested with this discussion that you guys are having. Everyone appears to be in relatively fine garb. Several guards around the, it's kind of an oval-shaped area. You're kind of in the lower area of several steps leading up, and then there's a front, kind of like a giant judging panel. Where these council members sit, and there's a dozen seats left to right.
I asked this guy one more thing. Is there anyone in this council that we should be wary of?
Says wary of? No.
Well,
This council is made up of only the finest citizenry of Calyndra.
and you're sure that it hasn't been infiltrated?
We can't be sure of anything, but I don't think any of our trusted council members have fallen to darker intentions, shall we say.
Fair enough.
I'm going to secretly cast Detect Thoughts
Okay.
and see if any of these answers that Bops is getting out of this guy is true or false.
Okay, well, you get a sense that the guy is thinking that he wants nothing more than to be home and doesn't even care about the conversation going on right now. One of the other guys actually speaks up the... I gotta back this up here.
How are his feet, this guy's?
She's throwing a lot of cards out. We gotta actually get serious information. We gotta throw insight checks at this, make sure this guy's telling the truth.
So Darrow speaks up. He's like, it would be terrible for Calyndra and its trade, and indeed the profit of most of the people on the council, to have anything interfere with the trade and commerce of the city. So, of course, having ulterior motives of interrupting that kind of trade and commerce would be against the general policy of everyone on the council.
And what is their thoughts on Amangul and the coming of these dark forces and wizards?
Okay, a bit of a hush falls over the crowd as you say the words Amangul, and the council kind of gets stern, and he's like, we do not wish to speak about these matters without the rest of our brethren present. The city is aware of the rumors, and most of these people will not speak, but this is not the group you wish to be speaking to. He says,
Understood.
please, arrive in a few hours. And he gestures over. He's like, these people will show you to your quarters. And there's a couple of younger men and women that seem to be attendants that are standing by. And they say, you'll be given food and lodging.
Understood.
Yeah, your quarters are right down that hall.
Well, thank you very much for your time, good sir. And I give him a whiff of vanilla in the face.
Oh, the wizard has a few questions, but he's gonna stammer like sheepishly just to like, may I have another moment of your time, good sir? And ask us when my friend Elseth was here, what did he speak of, and who did he talk to?
Perhaps he still will want that.
Don't freeze on me now. So,
they still may want the council to answer questions like that, I wonder.
Well, these two guys are pompous, don't want to stick up with it, but if they give us answers, right now I have detect thoughts going, so I can get surface thoughts from the answers. If it's as soon as I ask the question, whatever comes to their mind, so their answer, whether it be truthful or not, like whatever comes to the mind should be truthful, the first thing, and then they got to deflect with a lie.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, it seems like while Kelly's frozen, we can
We also have who's he staying with when he was here, and then who actually sent for us.
Okay.
So
Hey, Kelly.
I don't know how much
Hi.
Kelly heard of that one.
I didn't catch any of the last couple of minutes.
I sheepishly walk up to the person that we were just talking to, and I ask, or persons, and ask, why was my friend Elseth here?
Why
This-
was he here?
Yeah, so this is with detect thoughts on, so their immediate reaction to the truth. Elseth, he came to speak to the council. Why was he here?
He did speak to the council. He told us what had transpired and told us we needed to get the dagger of destiny to a safe location to prevent any further incursion from this cult. And you get the sense like he's rolling through images of Elsa speaking to the council, and you just get blips and words.
Okay.
Brief fragmented memories, but he seems to be sincere.
When Elseth was here, who did he stay with?
Elsa stays by himself. He has his own quarters here.
We're gonna look at that. Okay, and then last, who sent for us? Who sent for the envoy?
Elsa spoke of you, and we knew that you were on some kind of mission to help us solve this problem, and that your intentions were to thwart the raising of this Amangul character. The other guy remarks, if such a character exists. And
Could be in a hard axe.
Could be in a hard axe. Daryl scowls at you.
I scowl back.
Yeah.
Give him like
kind of get back behind line of view of Grond again. Kind of sheepishly.
I'll ask him. Is it possible for us to perhaps search Elsith's quarters?
No. He says you would have to speak with the rest of the chamber here, or the rest of the council here. We can certainly not give you permission to do that by ourselves.
If you want us to investigate, we need the information, but I will accept your answer for now. Thank you.
He's like, I suggest you start with the prisoner at an appropriate time, and when you can, speak with the entire council when they are awake.
Even we are appropriate time for the prisoner.
He looks at the sundial on his wrist. He's like, probably a couple of hours from now.
A couple of hours ago. Excellent. Let's go.
We treat your prisoners way too well.
Yeah. So you guys have visited the council hall of Calyndra. This will also serve as a storage location, and I will count anything put in Drake's Hollow as a storage location here as well. So you guys do not have
like a video game transfer point?
Yeah, it's a transfer point. So you guys can use this as a storage location for having been here.
Video games.
Yeah. No, you mean interdimensional wormhole? Hooray!
That's right. They just shovel it through a bag of holding with an open other end.
I mean, now you're speaking my language. This is how I know how to RPG.
Yeah.
A link to our loot, our party loot, not stuff that's been separately taken. Just send me a Gmail and I can share the document with you and you can read it anytime
Sure. Yeah, that's great. Absolutely. I hadn't anticipated when we set out on this campaign that there would ever be such a need, but holy, are we at that point now? We're just keeping track of the loot that you guys have at this point is a bit of a difficult thing. Now, that said, you guys do have a bit of cash between you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are shown to your rooms individually. They are all located in the same hall. Your doors are essentially opposite and just down from one another. They kind of bounce back and forth. The rooms are absolutely enormous inside. You're guessing 40 by 40 feet with a huge 4-poster bed and definitely built for nobility. There's a large empty wooden chest at the base of the bed. And there is a dresser, 2 nightstands, gas lantern, like the oil lantern rather, sitting on the dresser, a small bookshelf with a collection of poetry works and other somewhat mundane titles. You would guess, maybe 13 to 15 books in anyone's room.
And how are the
And-
acoustics?
The acoustics are amazing in this entire place, since the walls are mostly, marble or gilded, wood paneling and stuff like that. You definitely get the sense that your voice echoes as you go down the hall.
I'm certainly testing them out with my gnomish operas.
Okay. You
Offer to the group, if anyone wants their room to be alarmed, let me be in their room for 11 minutes. And
now
they,
when you guys pass down that main hall from the council chambers, you pass several archways, and at each one of these archways there's 2 guards stationed. There were 4 guards stationed outside the main exit leading from the council chambers, and there is absolutely 6 guards, 3 to either side of the hallway, the 20-foot across hallway that you guys have meandered into your rooms into.
Anybody that wants their alarmed room, so these guards aren't the ones protruding your room while we go shopping or anything like that. If you want your room secure, let me know.
Now, you do notice that your rooms open on either side. Like, they have the doorway, the hall, 20-foot hall separating them. But on the opposite side of the rooms, there are windows that appear to face out into a courtyard. These rooms appear to be on... Here, I'm going to actually give a quick sketch here. Just in case you wanted to know. Y'all still hear me?
Oh yeah.
There we go. All right, so you can. Now, this down the middle is this hallway, 20 feet across. You guys are in rooms like this that open out into a courtyard out here. And there appears to be all kinds of flowers and foliage on either side. And this central area is actually about 20 feet up off the ground. Coming out of the main building here, there's the columns. So yeah, the main building splits off to this separate building over here. And it does the same thing on the other side of it. So the entire thing is like main walkway up. And then it appears there are some other buildings attached. And then the street kind of winds out in front. But the from your vantage point in your rooms, you can actually see down onto the main street in front of the council hall. So you're about 20 feet up over the street level, and you guys can see down, and you've got a clear view from your rooms down into the main, courtyard that's out front. So great vantage point for you. On the opposite side, it appears to just be a view down and onto another street. There's some more hedges and stuff like that, but there's no entrance at the back. So it's a street that follows a wall along the backside of the council hall.
All right.
Which is to the east.
Is there a lock on the trunks?
Yep, there's a lock on the trunk, and actually opening the trunk, you see that there is a small key inside each of them.
Huh. I'll secure my stuff in there then.
Okay, so you secure your stuff in there, and you're welcome to hide the key. And you guys can do anything that you like here for the next couple of hours. So, you can read if anybody wants to explore the council chambers, or further along, you're welcome to try that. But you get the sense that, the guards are there for your protection, not to keep you in your rooms. So you do feel, comfortable enough to leave. Otherwise, you guys are welcome to wait until the council arrives in a couple of hours. You guys can chill out.
Yeah, I'll probably just wait and work on my crossbow design. I really want to get that figured out while we're here. And
is there a concierge?
There is, yeah. Actually, the attendants appear to be hanging around the hall, generally kind of wandering back and forth this direction every 20 minutes or so. So you're welcome to flag one of them down and request whatever you like.
I'm looking for concierge that knows the city, can send me in the right direction for a couple things.
These attendants are not those, but they say they can approach the council and ask them to recommend somebody for you as a guide through the city.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, they say they do have somebody that typically attends those matters with dignitaries and such. Their name is Elian, Elian, Thenabral, Theneebral, Elian Thenabral. And that is, he says, yeah, he typically takes dignitaries, on tours through the city, showing them specifically nice areas of the city. So you're welcome to, approach that individual, or they can try and get the council to put you in touch with it.
Please do. Yes. Okay.
Okay. So the attendant runs off, and you don't hear from them for some time.
He takes a silver with him.
Oh, fantastic. Very graciously nods, bows a short bow, and then takes off on his duties. Anybody else doing anything in their room we should be aware of?
What time of day is it?
It is about 5:30 in the morning now.
Oh God.
Oh, so we've been like traveling all night and all day, and well, I am just gonna crash on the bed.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna rest and try to contact my diva in my dreams again.
Alrighty.
Yeah,
You still have not made contact with your diva.
you suck, diva.
What can I strike you down with here? Let me roll. So yeah, you are unable or just seem to be out of touch with your diva, although you cannot place a finger on exactly why. So the rest of you sleep, and I'm going to see Emus sleeps in, Kite sleeps in, Calyndra sleeps in. Wow, Mike Bops sleeps in. Grond, what are you doing through the course of the night? You're sleeping as well?
Grond is going to keep coming up with concepts for the wrist claw things that he wants.
Okay.
And
I've set alarm for my room and anybody else that requests it.
Anybody who wants to stay up purposely, like Grond is doing, I'm going to need a constitution check at this point. Grond, you're fine. You're
I'm going to
fine.
make sure to get my rest, but every once in a while, I'm going to kind of scope out the area, make sure everything is on the up and up, make sure that the guards are being straight up and everything's good.
Yeah, so it seems the guards do not move from their position. They're literally the most stoic and standstill guards. You almost have to tap on them just to detect any life. The guards outside, in England or whatever. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. So these guys are not moving, nor do they even respond as you move in and out of the chamber. They're there to maintain a guard, and then, like I said, there's guards at either side of this hall. This place is well defended for sure, from the inside at least. Yeah. Okay. Guys, yeah, exactly. The guys with the big tall hats. What do they call them? Buckingham Guards.
Buckingham
right?
Guards.
Aren't they called beef eaters?
Beef eaters? Yeah, maybe. I remember beef eaters at gin.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do they put in that stuff? Is it the coriander or is it the...
In gin?
Yeah.
Technically,
They're the Queen's Guard.
Queen's Guard.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Those poor buggers. You ever see the one of the guy just falling face first down because they stood in line waiting for the queen and he was so exhausted and stuff, he literally just passed out and everybody just stood there, leaving him on the pavement. Yeah, because they can't move, right? So anyway, those are your guards without the big fuzzy hats. And several hours pass. You guys manage to get a relatively decent rest, but most of you do sleep in a little later. So by the time you guys actually wake up from your long rest, it's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
What time were we supposed to meet those guys? Wait.
They had actually given no specific time, but said that the council generally attends the main audience hall on a daily basis. And that if they summon you to a certain point or at a certain point, then you'll know for sure they convene at that time. but generally they're not, they'll get 4 or 5 people in there dealing with issues from the city, arguments between people, reports from the magistrates and stuff for certain areas of the city, taking care of general town business. That's what the council's all about. But, they do meet in their own secret chambers to discuss things that are not, for public consumption. So you guys are actually, it's beautiful out. It is like probably the nicest weather you've seen in days, and nary a cloud in the sky. Sun's beaming down, and you feel warm and dry. And anybody that needed linens attended to and stuff, you would have had those placed at your door, freshly cleaned or freshly sewn new ones to replace your standard clothing. They are more than happy to equip you. I can just see Emus stealing the bath towels. Like, I don't know why that is. Like, shoveling them in his bag. Like, oh, I'm gonna get these are good. You're definitely hooked up with anything like that. And your rooms, you guys have the ability to have your rooms attended. So in this place, if you feel comfortable, your stuff is locked away, or if you don't want anybody touching your shit or coming into your room to fix it, it's just like turn down service, right? So you can have it or not. Anybody having it?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still locked up.
Kite and Calyndra. Okay. Emus?
I have a couple robes that they can wash, but other than that.
Okay, so those will be returned to you, washed. At some point, we can say that all transpired while you were sleeping. You just had everything delivered nice and fresh for you. You do smell crispy bacon as you walk out of your room in the morning, and the smell seems to be emanating from down the hall to the north.
Follow my nose.
Okay. Coming out the hall, one of the guards actually snickers as you walk directly in that direction, knowing that you haven't come from that direction. It's like, the breakfast here is amazing.
Smells delicious.
Yeah, we never get to eat it, but it smells amazing. So
I'll let you know how it tastes.
You guys continue down, and it opens up into a large banquet area, approximately 80 feet by 40 feet. And it appears that there is absolutely no one seated at a table of what looks like 24 placements around a huge table of what freshly cooked food. You can see a couple of attendants coming in and setting new plates of freshly prepared fruit, cut fruits, vegetables. There's a huge roast boar in the center of the table. There's like a chef and attendant slicing off, parts of the meat and shoveling it onto plates around the table. This breakfast is for you, of course. Please come in, take a seat.
Sitting down.
We were told to hold this in preparation that you might wake up, so we're very eager to serve this finally.
Might wake up?
Yeah. So they get to serving everybody who's going to sit. Is anybody not having a meal here?
Do they have vegetarian and vegan breakfast?
Lots of fruit and vegetables. Lots of fresh fruit and vegetables. So typical to what you might see at a fancy 5-star hotel. You kind of get that buffet layout right on the center of this table. Ample meats, cheeses, breads, all of which appears to be very freshly baked.
Excellent.
Yes. Good. So you guys are all sitting down to eat, and that is where we're going to call a break while everybody catches up with a snack, uses the washroom, whatever you're going to do. And we'll be back here in 10 minutes.
Awesome.
Okay,
See you
we'll catch you soon.
Are things fishy? Are things really as they seem?
You're here? Are you here?
Just for a moment.
Okay, really quick. I have the loot link, but something's up.
Oh, God. It's so much up. So fucking much.
I know Kelly, and I know how he deflects and does all that stuff. He's very good at it. He has intricate webs. So something's up. And he's like to the room, and I'm like, no, I'll leave that outside the door. No one's touching my room.
Grond never liked it as a child growing up. Although, I mean, the butlers and servants weren't always the coolest. But either way, he never liked it then. He certainly doesn't fucking
Doesn't
like
like
it
it
now.
now. No. And yeah, so I just appreciate how the intricate web that's being laid. It's so not obvious, but I have my tinfoil hat on all the time, so that's why. But man, is he good at it? Shit. Okay, talk to you right away.
Okay.
How's it going, Kite? I think you're muted there, bud.
I was indeed. Yeah, evening's going good, man. How are you doing?
Oh, good. Yeah, having fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to those crossbows
So,
if they work out. You never know.
Oh, I'm looking for a couple spells.
So, after breakfast, we'll wait for these other two guys to join up here.
I feel like
But
I'm going to Walmart.
After breakfast, you are taken to what is literally the Walmart of supplies and armor smithing, weapon smithing. There is several smithies located within a 2-minute walk of this very location. One of which is Araman Kazgor's smithy, and he is in fact the council smith. So when they want the finery, the finest weapons crafted for their men or themselves, this is who they direct their commerce through.
Sorry, may I get the name again? I apologize.
No, that's okay. Arimon, Arimon, Kazgor, Kazgor.
I'm artificer.
Yeah, if that's the best place to get, in my case, some crossbows, then let's do it.
Okay, so what you find when you walk in is I gotta get to his name. I'll wait for almost got everybody here.
Well, I'll shop as a team, I think, and go to our. Is anyone willing to find just shop as a team?
Yeah.
You guys are introduced to Airman. Oh, so as you guys come back out, the only way to get out is back through the council chambers. So let's just back this up a little bit here. So as you come into the main hall, you see that there are in fact a dozen council members. Now you know that many are already missing. So this you guys know already. You see all 12 seats are filled.
What?
Well, are they welcoming us? We'll go through and we'll be like,
Oh
"Good
yeah,
morning."
as soon as you guys come in, they're like, excellent, you're awake.
Yes,
Please
thank
join
you
us
for the
here.
accommodations.
So,
We're very-
pause. Is our whole team waking up together and then viewing this?
Yeah, you guys were just down having breakfast, right?
Okay.
How is it that all 12 positions are filled if 2 members are missing?
Is Grond allowed?
So they're ushering everybody out. The attendants are actually moving everybody else on the floor out the doors. So they usher them out the doors, and they close these huge double doors to the west and to the east and to the south, essentially barring all entry. And now it is just your group standing in there with the council and guards and attendants all the way around. And now they decide, like, please speak candidly.
Well,
Grond?
Yeah, I legitimately. How is it that all positions are filled yet 2 are missing?
He's like, 3 are missing. 3. And then another lady towards the end of the council is saying, substitute counselors. They're always put in place so as not to make the council appear weak to the public.
Oh, so the council can be weak, but it just can't look that way.
You hear the grumbling from a couple of them. Yeah, you hear grumbling from. Says we are not weak, but we are certainly weakened with the loss of the 3 that have now gone missing.
Yes. Let us discuss this matter.
Grond is visibly letting his disdain for humans kind of show through a little bit, and I'm also doing that with what I mentioned to you before.
Yep.
I'm kind of letting that kind of seep through just a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Forgive my friend. He is very blunt. We thank you for all of your hospitality and have come to discuss these grave matters, including how we can return your council members.
Okay, well, Grond's attitude is actually met with some admiration from a couple of them, and while it, not overly noticed by a few of them, well, I think everybody kind of noticed, but only a few of them react, and some of them actually seem to react with some degree of, like he, stood up for himself like it was expected. You guys see that right below, you hadn't really noticed before, but that there are 2 gold handles on 2 huge stone doors that almost seem to blend in with the wall. But now that you're right up at the council chambers and staring up at these guys, you can see right in front of you that there are 2 doors and a couple low stairs that descend down to these doors. The doors open inward, and you can see down the hall there's a couple of guards on either side, and there is some attendants dragging what looks like a large wooden crate up a long hallway towards you.
Can I make note of the ones that were receptive to his boisterousness?
Can you what? Read the thoughts?
Just, not to read the thoughts, just recognize which ones did recognize his boisterousness and were admiration. Make a perception check, or just I'm looking to remember the members that were okay with his disrespect.
Okay, well, what I'll do is just get you to roll insight for me, and then I'll hold you to that insight roll, at least for the duration here. So whether or not you'll be able to recall that later.
23.
Well, you'll definitely be able to recall that later. So you take a mental note of the individuals that appear to have some admiration for his.
I apologize. I should have been more descriptive. My keen mind allows me to remember the last 30 days photogenically.
Okay. Yeah, so you actually were yeah, so tons of information. And yeah, we can go over like the individual council members' names and stuff and what you remember about them. But
see, like when he was talking and he was like, oh, this, and the ones that reacted the way you talked about, like, oh, some of them were like, hey, I like that. I just want to.
Yeah, you definitely get the sense that they're like more like identifying with a kindred, sarcastic, and noble spirit. The aristocracy sort of, they're kind of like recognizing some of Grond's nobility and giving a sort of nod of appreciation to it, even though he's kind of, giving them the,
they respect their own ilk, but that might be a foot in the door later is what I'm looking at.
So they say that we can only give you the details of Elsith's and the other. God, I forgot his name again already.
Gavin Elamon.
No, Gavin's the dick who greeted us at the door.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I thought he was the guy who was lost with No.
Yeah.
No, maybe that was him.
Sorry, what were you asking?
There's the guy that knows.
What went missing with Elsis.
The guy that went missing with Elsith
Yeah,
is
Gavin Elamon.
Gavin Elamon. Yeah.
Okay.
When Gavin and all we can tell you is that we did manage to capture, and this is not known to the public. One of the council members leans over. We did manage to capture a couple of the thieves we know were associated with the hijacking of our package, the Dagger of Destiny, on its shipment to Athrakul. We did manage to capture a couple of the thieves. They're in cells down below, along with the barkeep. You're welcome to interview any of them as you like.
Ooh, I'm going to.
Definitely will be.
They had in their possession some items which we believe are of some importance to you. Elsith indicated that at least one of you would recognize it when you saw it. And the attendants drag a large wooden crate onto the floor in the middle of the area and use an iron pry bar to pop open the top of the crate. And inside, Brit recognizes her armor.
I knew it.
Yay! I do enjoy.
So as well, we're gonna have to go back and figure out what belongings that you guys lost earlier on with the blacksmith, because you're gonna get some of that back. So we actually have to go back quite a ways because there's been a lot of adventure in between then and there, but you're going to find a few of those items back, some of your coinage and stuff like that. So we'll tally up on those treasure items. What's
I think Crocs had some shurikens or something like that made. Or not
Right.
Crocs, Kite. Grond
Yeah.
had a couple of big great mauls.
So
made for
anything
him.
that you guys had made by that blacksmith are in this crate now.
Oh, I have to really scroll up for that stuff.
Yeah, I honestly hadn't expected so much to take place between then and there. So we'll have to go back on some of the, some of your records for that
This
stuff.
doesn't include the stuff from Celestial, though.
No.
I remember there was a lot of gold too that was stolen, and gems.
Gems as well.
Yeah, we
So
had stolen,
so we'll count that as part of the thieves' gold or thieves' hoard. They said you're welcome to take any items out of this crate, of course, to the point of emptying the crate. But you know that not all of it is there, but they say that it's all been there for you. So in addition to whatever treasure is from the beginning that you guys lost from the beginning, you are given 1,538 gold pieces.
Jeez.
Okay, whoa. Sorry, say that again?
1,538 gold pieces.
I like that.
Okay, you're going to type it in, thanks.
Yeah.
Sorry. 1,105 silver pieces.
538.
Yeah.
Silver was... Sorry.
Silver?
Yep. Silver again.
Yeah, there is not a single scrap of copper piece in this entire chest. 1,279 electrum pieces.
1,279 EP. May I get the silver again? I apologize. I was switching over to the coin.
Silver is 1,105. And there is 92 electrum pieces in this crate.
Oh, what was... Oh,
You mean 92 platinum?
Sorry, platinum.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that is the only extra money that's in here. There are no additional gemstones outside of what you guys might have lost in the... Shit, I think that was episode 4.
I've already got that coin there. We're good.
So you are welcome to divide that amongst yourself or use them as party treasure. And they say that in addition to the 3 prisoners, they boarded up the Harper's Eyrie Inn and Tavern, and that you're welcome to attend the guards there, and they will let you in to further investigate.
I think we will definitely be interrogating these prisoners and checking out that inn. And thank you for this gear, because I feel like we're going to need to spend it on a lot of weapons to go, kick some ass.
Emus is going to just kind of quietly speak up as Do we have permission to visit Elsith's quarters?
We're not certain what you would find there, but with an attendant and an attendant guard, we would be okay with that. But you mustn't touch anything.
I'll agree to that.
Okay, so they agree to that, and they direct you, whoever's going, down to Elsith's quarters. Are you guys bundling all of yourselves down there? They say that is the only information that we've been able to glean. The prisoner will tell us nothing. None of the prisoners will tell us anything. And unfortunately, all attempts, magic or otherwise, to change their minds have been met with resistance.
Well,
And the barkeep seemed to know something, but yet nothing.
I think we're going to just stay together as a group, maybe arm ourselves up first, and then go, like, investigate. I'd also like to know from this council, what do they think about this whole Amangul thing? Like, to just speak freely on this and let us discuss this matter in truth.
We are confident of two things. One, that this cult is deadly intent on raising this Amangul from the dead. And the other, that they've made some headway. The Dagger of Destiny has disappeared en route to Athrakul and its fabled vault there. And now we don't know the whereabouts of the dagger. It had to have come through these parts in order to reach any kind of destination. Unless it headed further west to Al-Shanir, but we doubt it.
You keep mentioning my hometown.
They also say that Amangul had a dark tower constructed east of Sember, like east of Calyndra, and that the tower, although in ruins, has been the topic of several rumors lately.
I have some backstory to that if you guys want later, just in case.
Yeah. So they say that the need for haste is of course of most importance, but that if you need any supplies or any kind of weaponry, that the local smithies and stuff like that will be happy to facilitate whatever you need, and you've certainly got the coinage to cover it. So
yes.
So I'm gonna ask the concierge before he leaves if he's looking for some library or / someone that can a spell distributor or a magic shop.
Okay, so magic shops, there's generally not a whole lot of magic shops. There's apothecaries that also sell potions and items of sorts like that sometimes. But, browsing around for curio items, you're directed towards an eccentric old quote-unquote mage that has a bit of a curio shop that may have some items you're interested in.
Let's check
it out. Like a bunch of bongs and...
Yeah.
I'm trying to expand my horizon because my spell book is kind of small. So a curio shop. Curio as in like Cheerio, but without the H.
Curio. As in curiosity.
I like it.
Is there anything else we need to know from the council, or anything else the council would like to share with us?
He's like, well, unfortunately, we do not have Elsith here, and he seemed to be in possession of the greatest amount of knowledge pertaining to what was to occur next with the dagger. But it seems that if they are to be taken anywhere, it would be to the forge beyond the Thanespire in the Blood Ice Peaks. The dagger could be reforged there into a key, which they would then use to unlock the vault of Amangul. The location of that black bastard's that black magic using bastard's phylactery was located.
So we'd have to go
taken and abducted and taken to the spot.
Uno momento.
Oof, that's a big jump.
Well,
yep.
All right.
So I'm just taking a quick second to try and find some information here quickly.
So it looks like we gotta really find Elsis to get more information on this dagger, and we get to this blood ice peaks maybe, and
Detect thoughts of barkeep person.
yeah. Well, how about should we interrogate everybody first, or maybe I'm thinking we should get our case or some time that it takes to prepare our gear.
Yeah, so I'll kind of squeeze a couple of days here to say that you guys have a couple of days.
Okay.
And are not, so you can take a little bit of time here if you wish to prepare some kind of weaponry to be constructed. We'll say that the smiths, with the combination of some tinkerer gnomes themselves located at this smithy, are able to craft some of the finest weapons you've ever seen. Now, sometimes the expense might be great, depending on the complexity of the weapon you want created, but they're willing to try and craft it for you in a relative hurry.
What is the condition of my armor?
Your armor looks just as you left it.
And how did I leave it?
Pristine.
Pristine.
The oil.
Because there is no doubt in my mind that Mirajane very much values her armor. So I am totally confident that she would have taken amazing care of this stuff. And it is effectively +2 partial plate.
Oh man, sweet.
I love you, Grond.
Well, yeah, I'd like to investigate these tinker gnomes and show them my designs to see if that's capable. And I'd also like to ask if I could borrow from the party treasure a ruby, because I'm one ruby short of perhaps having my idea of laser pointing targeting systems realized.
So we have 5 small rubies that are cut. If you only need one, I'll take one out of the party, so it's down to 4.
Well, thank you. I have one myself too, so
you're on a small ruby cut. You got a small ruby that's cut.
Funny, that's like Emus standing on this hoard of treasure and just reaching down. And
I was like out of my actual pocket to you.
Yeah, because you literally have a literal fuck ton of treasure at this point.
Oh man, I'm breaking on capacity for weight all the time. I have to drop it.
I assume we're all carrying our own purses and money bags.
So how we're gonna do that is you guys have a nominal amount on each of you, but for access to the party treasure, it's just considered that you went to the council hall or to Drake's Hollow and yanked out a whack load of cash. And
once you guys read the loot document, it will all make sense for where it's distributed, who's carrying, not who's carrying what, but all that shit.
Yeah.
Do I have access to said stuff? I mean, I haven't exactly been a part of the party for.
Mirajane, of course you have access to it.
I offered it up to you, all that armor. I was like, here's the Drake's Hollow storage.
That also
a side closet where we stuffed everything.
You've proven yourself already to us, Mirajane. You're one of us.
I trust you as much as I trust Kite.
And there you go. Oh, look at that friendly exchange right there. That wasn't passive aggressive at all. So that awkward moment aside, you actually find that your armor's pristine, but you've got to remove the armor that you had taken from party treasure and return it to party treasure, Mirajane.
Well, I mean, it was armor from the thieves. I wouldn't consider that treasure.
Yeah, so that you either keep as personal treasure or you put it back to the party treasure and Emus makes a note of it.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll do that.
Yeah. I wonder if, what good are a lot of these +1 swords and things and magical maces to us? Maybe we can barter them and get a little more out of, what we need,
Grond also has the capability of henchmen at this point. So Grond does have some certain amount of ability to attract henchmen. He's at that level, right? So Yeah, people are interested in Grond wherever he goes now. I know if you look back on conversation, you'll note that for the last 3 or 4 sessions, Grond always has a little more attention on him than usual, even. And that's because Grond is starting to build up some renown from here, December.
I would perform consigliere services for Grond all the time, but as for henchmen, you can leave that to the soldiata.
Grond is going to hold off because he still has only a very narrow group of people that he trusts. And
Don't blame
as far as humans, he trusts like a couple. And
Yeah.
just for any human to come in off the side of the road and be like, he's going to be. And right now, he's like a little more snobby than normal.
Yeah. Yeah, and dressed to suit as well. You guys all take note that Grond is wearing his finest garb and is carrying his nose just a half centimeter to the north. And he's actually like speaking, it's almost like he's assumed a little bit of an accent coming into this place, and he's speaking right on par with the rest of the nobility. So it's quite a different Grond than you've seen on the road. He carries himself a little higher and a little more dignified in here.
Emus recognizes this from his youth, but won't partake in the same practices.
So Emus is not going to carry himself like a noble, which is fine because it works with your pallid complexion, the fact that you're carrying a scythe and are dressed like a weirdo in general. So I'm not sure how noble you could pull off in here. So you guys find Grond. I did roll, and it turns out that the smithy that you're at, the Royal Smithy, has 2 components. One is more of a technical area, and the other is a more of a brute force weaponry area where they forge a lot of the ballista and stuff like that. And it's actually that forge where you can have your claws forged at. And they tell you that they're fairly confident that if they work through the night, that they can have it ready for you in 2.5 days.
Excellent. And how much will that be?
For 1 set or 2.
Oh, I will most definitely take 1 for each arm.
Okay. They tell you 45 gold pieces each.
Fair
Do you
enough.
want that? Do you want that minus from the loot party or your own?
Grond will take it out of his own.
Okay.
Calyndra's
And-
going to stock up on arrows.
Okay. Yeah,
That
you are
sounds-
able to replenish your arrows, no problem, at 1 silver piece. And Gone Bops, as it turns out, the chief blacksmith at that place knows exactly how to make yours, and with the help of his 2 tinkerer gnomes, he is confident that he can craft your twin crossbows. But they will come at a price, he says, at 125 gold pieces each. The intricacies of these weapons are indeed require precision and care to make sure that when you drop it the first time, that it doesn't shatter into a million pieces.
Well, what if I understand you need to pay for quality. You know what? I'll throw in an extra 20 gold pieces for each of your little tinkerer helpers as well to make sure they're extra focused. And I'll kind of weave some like bardic inspiration in there too, if I could somehow.
Okay.
So that 270 gold pieces out of the party or your own?
I could take it my own here.
Oh shit, you guys. Okay. That sounds good.
Okay. Emus is a hoarder, eh? He's loves the treasure. Yes.
And I'll give him those rubies as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean for the targeting system, right? Like,
okay. So they will take 2.5 days to craft those as well. Now, you see that the gnome's hands, much like your own, work very swiftly, and that they appear to be very talented at what they do. Quickly starting to work out the details on paper with a piece of charcoal, and working over your plans and designs, and like really nodding and chittering with you about like how impressed they are with the the level of skill for someone who does not engineer as a full-time job. They're impressed with your work.
So, is there such a thing as me being able to buy a pet for myself?
This is a city where commerce is diverse, to say the least. You can buy all kinds of exotic animals in this location.
Oh, I'm gonna go looking.
Depending on the availability at the time. But this is a city that does not necessarily frown on the trade of exotic animals.
If you go for an eagle or an owl, we have the perfect models for you, Calyndra.
I was going to say
I
a
kind of
peacock.
I don't know. I kind of want to like a fox or like a mini little dog thing.
Go for a displacer beast.
What?
A mastiff would be super cool.
A
I
mastiff.
mean, I want something like that. I don't know. Something
So-
dog
okay.
like.
So you easily find dogs, cats. You even find young wargs being stored in kennel. So
Wargs?
those grow to wargs, dire wolves.
Oh, yes.
What
yes.
animal you name?
Send out your walk right
Yeah.
up.
So dire wolves are about 5 feet at the shoulder and 150 to 200 pounds worth of dog. So that's a fairly large thing. But you are absolutely loving the puppies.
Hey, no, I want dire wolves.
So yeah, the puppies are only 20 gold pieces each. And
Huh.
they look like larger versions. Oops.
Yes.
Whoa. That's nice.
I want a dire wolf. That is a thing I want now. They're useful dogs.
Are stars a certain shape or like design, or are they just basic like 5-point star?
I think Kelly first.
Aw.
That's why I'm asking Kite. You're throwing stars. When you throw them, are they like scythe blades, or are they like the bat symbol? Like, are they a K, like the shape of a K?
Well, turns out there's no actual item for shurikens, so I'm just thinking like a kunai type knife.
For your throwing stars?
Yeah, there's no actual throwing star item that I can find in the equipment here.
Oh, I'll make you one if you want.
Yes.
I'm on D&D Beyond. I mean,
Okay, so the lady petting the dog, that's close to a dire wolf. The only thing is like the mass of this thing is closer to what Ty's been posting. Like it's a thick animal. So they don't have any adults present. This shop
They're all
deals.
puppies?
They're all puppies. Yeah. So the only thing is like it's closer to what you posted, but I would say that for the whole purpose of markings.
Man.
No. He's got such a nice profile, though.
So you're going to be carrying around a little puppy with us?
I can't take my horse everywhere, so I want a puppy now. Oh my god.
Look at that.
My money was on Gone Bops for the pet, the zoo collector, Dr. Doolittle role. But if you want a dire wolf, like
There you go.
I consider
that?
all animals my pets. I don't need to like have them around me all the time.
if you
You
get
see
a
that?
ghost,
See that snarling puppy?
Yes.
Ooh.
That's what they look like.
I want it really badly.
Okay, well, you can pick from the lot. There is one black one white one with a black stripe right down its forehead, and the rest of them are colored mottled gray and white and black, like you see on that puppy.
I'll take the black one.
Okay, you take one of the black ones. It has extremely vivid blue eyes.
Cool.
Yes. Excellent.
And if I can just find it here. I actually had the eyes are particularly striking. Here we go. Your puppy looks like a bigger version of this.
Oh wow. Yes.
And it's thick, it's muscly. Even like when it sits down, its head sits at 3 feet already. Yeah, and he warns you that it's a shit and a eat machine, lass.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, he hands you, and you are now the proud owner of a young direwolf,
Yay.
which you'll have to
Oh, boy.
manage.
That puppy is so cute. I'm gonna be so upset when it dies, Mirajane.
Whoa, shut up!
So quick, so dark.
I love how
Well,
you
good
pronounce
thing you won't
Slam.
have to be upset because it won't die ever. Because it's going to live forever or die
I'm a
tonight.
cleric, and it will
I-
live.
I will protect that with my life. I will.
That thing has half a hit point. Like a goblin sneezing on it, it's done.
Whenever you have to pay for the vet bills, I will split that with you.
So
Don't get me
what-
wrong, I want to take care of it too. I wish it good luck. Is all.
Just as a reminder, what that grows into, what you've just purchased, what that grows into is this.
Yeah, it's huge.
Just for so you
yeah.
know.
I am proficient in animal handling
I'm
in
going to
case
spawn
you need help training this
tomorrow
beast.
for this thing. It's going to be the best dog ever for me.
Yeah, and you can absolutely roll with every check that we roll from now to then on training and stuff like that. You can roll with advantage thanks to Bops' animal handling guidance and ability to commune with nature. So he helps you understand the animal, to be
Yes.
the
She's
animal.
So it's
your Melodrian.
looking Grond Bops in the eye.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, actually, like Bops looking great into that dog's eye. He just like, lick right up
We're both
Bops'
like-
magenta face.
Everywhere we go, we're like the cutest things you've ever seen.
So, go boy. I need to know how to name it.
All right, yeah.
So you don't have to select a name now, but definitely we would love to know what you decide to name your newfound responsibility.
Yes, it's all about communication, Mirajane.
So, and I will
Not with your mouth, but with your eyes and your heart.
so I will extend to you a stat block for that for your new puppy for next time. But just keep in mind that I'll definitely hold you the responsibility of feeding and everything. So,
And like, what's gonna happen when a fireball comes?
yeah,
Like,
tune in
you
next
gotta
time
think
for
about
Pet
this.
Ownership, the role-playing game.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. I love it.
So, fortunately, they do grow quickly.
Yes.
Oh.
So you can expect that in less than 6 months that thing will be right about ready to kill. Now there is always casting a haste spell on it, for example, which is going to give you a very hyper puppy, but will age it 1 year.
I think puppies
I
always.
swear, if you choose my armor, I'll.
Oh, when he grows,
Large 'em.
he's gonna get puppy. Oh, he's gonna get dog armor.
From my experience, puppies always have haste cast on. They have perma haste cast on. Oh man, I can't wait. So
Did you guys come with me to the pet store? Or did I go alone?
we're
I'd probably go with you. Yeah.
Okay, there is all manner of weirdness going on in this pet. Oh my goodness. Hopefully not. Look at that thing. Can you imagine that? You're definitely picking shit out of that thing's fur. No doubt about it.
That's what prestidigitation's for. Just
So,
saying.
yeah, well, what I'm saying is in reality, that is a hard no for me. It's all good while it's all good while it's a little panda like that, but yeah. No way. First time that thing gets the runs, you're gonna be like, nope, gonna have to hand this one to the neighbors.
You just make sure the butthole's shaved. It's okay.
I am not about to shave my dog's butthole, but that's a whole new theme to this show. Shaved dog butthole. We'll remember that for sure. What episode is this? Mark the time, somebody.
It harkens back to our Amos adventure, or no,
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
our Amel adventure.
Amel. Yeah.
Oh, deep breath.
So is that what you call amyl leakage?
Oh, it most definitely
Oh,
would
we're
be.
past this. MJ's looking at us like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the lore.
Yeah. Also, Emus, you find that there is a library in Calyndra of significant size.
Hooray!
And there's a great many scholarly types that attend such a facility of great literature. And you also find that there is some low-level magic users, which are rarely apparent to you when you go in there. But you get the sense that if you wanted to maybe gather a spell or two that you haven't been able to discover, that you may in fact stand a chance of discovering some of that magic and arcane knowledge here.
All right, so there is 2 specific ones I'm looking for.
Okay.
One was just added to D&D Beyond, but it was one I was trying to add a long time ago. I saved the, because every level you get 2 spell slots, or 2 new spells.
Yep.
So save this one just in case. It's called Galder's Tower.
Okay, what does it do?
Oh,
I'm
shit.
so interested to know what Galder's Tower
A
does.
tiny hut, Lehman's tiny hut.
It's similar. So
Liam's tiny butt.
okay, this is my palms are sweaty over this. This is crazy.
I know, I'm liking this episode. This is
Palms
great.
are sweaty. Hold those hands up while you're talking for the rest of the game, mister. There's none of that on channel.
I have not vomited on my sweater like Eminem, but we're at 10 minutes casting time. Its range is 30 feet. It's a VSM, not BDM, but
Okay.
it is a fragment of a stone, wood, or other building material. The duration is 24 hours. Its source is the LLOK, which I think is the something Calderesh, Lost Minds. It's in there. You conjure a 2-story tower made of stone, wood, or similar suitable materials. The tower can be round or shaped in. Ouch, cat. Why? Choose this time to stab me. What the fuck?
It's had enough of your tower bullshit.
Yes,
Yeah, exactly. Everybody has.
I got those sweaty palms.
No, keep going by all means.
Each level of the tower is 10 feet tall. That's the tower I built in the models. We have the model for it too. And access between levels consists of a simple ladder and hatch. Each level takes one of the following forms, chosen by you when you cast. So it can increase in stories or levels if I increase the level of the spell. But basically, it provides us with a bedroom, with a bed, chairs, chest, and magical fireplace, a study with desks, books, bookshelves, parchments, ink, and ink pens, a dining space with table, chairs, magical fireplace, containers, and cooking utensils, a lounge with couches, armchairs, side tables, and footstools, a washroom with toilets, wash tubs, a magical brazier, and sauna benches. Oh, shit.
Okay, what's up with this magical brazier?
Yeah, I want to know too. Like, does it make it bigger? Does it?
I'm going to sticky pop that one.
So, is this a sport brazier, or is it a
Underwire brazier?
underwire brazier?
An observatory with telescope and maps of the night sky. That's awesome. An unfurnished empty room. So this interior of the okay, basically I can build a tower, but if I cast this over a year, it becomes permanent. The interior of the tower is warm and dry regardless of conditions outside. Any equipment or furnishings conjured with the tower dissipate into smoke if removed from it. At the end of the spell's duration, all creatures, objects within the tower that were not created by the spell appear safely outside on the ground, and all traces of the tower and its furnishings disappear.
So, what is the duration?
24 hours.
24 hours. Okay.
Shit.
And you're saying you can persist it for a year to become permanent?
If I do it on the same spot consistently for a year, it's permanent.
Okay.
This is
Also,
long.
So what I'm going to do for this library is I'm going to roll a d10 here, and that's going to determine the percentage level likelihood of that book being discovered amongst the tomes in this library. And then, so once I've determined that for this book, it is 20% chance. So now I'm going to roll percentile, and if it's within that 20%.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
I rolled a 97 if that matters.
Yeah, I rolled a 91. So you do not find a tome containing knowledge.
That sounded so cool.
Yeah, what is the other one?
The other one for spells was the continuation. I found a half scroll in that mansion before we went.
Yep.
I just got the description. I wanted to see if I could find out what the other half part was.
That was that not the summon greater demon?
No, this one. I already
It's
had
like a
that.
ward?
No, this one, the half scroll was you only let me have half the title. So it was summoning of greater.
Yeah,
but I already had the summoning of greater demon. That was the first scroll you gave me.
Yeah,
originally.
And this one is the summoning is scroll of summoning of greater demon as well. I remember that.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
So if finishing that between that, I could write that in my spell book, maybe.
Yep.
Okay.
So as long as you're of a level to cast that, then you can cast it. But either way, you can definitely inscribe it into your book. And
okay, just to be able to prepare, because I'm really like, yeah. And then anything else there's magical, I'd like to seek out for spells.
So we're gonna come back to that if you want to consider what your next move is. And Kite, what are you doing? You've got a full city of potential ahead of you. Is there anything that you wish to have crafted, prepared, or other item equipment?
How many knives did I get from that dude?
So I'm not sure. You could probably,
I just added it.
Yeah, at this point, you can just state however many that you had. I think it was a dozen or something like that. I know it was a few though.
All right. Well, you know what? Actually, yeah, I'll just knock them up to 20. Why not? Okay.
21.
Just 20.
Okay.
Round number 20.
Okay.
She's going to be looking around for any news of Atherpool or hearing any rumors. Yeah, just trying to do some sleuthing, trying to learn anything about the state of Atherpool.
Okay, so I'll get you to roll an investigation. Pretty please.
Finds Jack.
So you continue to search and to kind of listen and try and get in on rumors and stuff, but you don't find anything of interest for the first hour that you're doing that. But you do pass a library and you see Emus heading up the library steps. Because we're kind of backing up to when he just went in there.
Yeah, she'll probably just stick around on her own. If she meets up at the pet shop, so she'll probably go hang out with MJ, but doesn't really feel like hanging out in the library.
Okay, MJ, what are you doing?
Trying to figure out a name for my doggy.
Okay, so you guys are actually standing in that bazaar, the bazaar. Yeah, and actually, Kite, I'll get you to roll perception for me.
Oh, wait, I have 13.
13.
Okay, you catch wind of a bit of an argument going on somewhere nearby. And it seems that one man is arguing. You hear him is like, "You have wyvern eggs? You cannot be bringing those here. That is illegal contraband."
That's not good.
She'll stay hidden and she'll just kind of listen in nonchalantly.
Okay, so you kind of listen in and you're able to kind of peer through the crowd a little bit, and it seems that there's two guys standing behind this wooden fruit stand, and they're having this discussion about wyvern eggs. And the one guy is like holding these two like very, very large eggs in a wooden crate in front of him, and it's got a blanket over it. But you see he's showing the guy, like he's like, "They're genuine, they're real." He's like, take me to your buyer. And the other guy is like, you can't bring those here. You can't bring those like this. He's like, you should have arranged for a meeting. If somebody sees you, if we both get caught, we'll be jailed for sure.
They can talk for as long as they want and argue, but Kite will shadow step up to the rooftops and just kind of follow them. She doesn't want her presence known. She just kind of wants to keep an eye on the city's black market / criminal element and see if she can find any clues about thieves guilds or any kind of criminal activity going on here. See if it leads back to Elseth or the dagger otherwise.
Okay. So you definitely pick up on some criminal elements going on down below. It doesn't even take a perception check. You follow the line of that guy's path. He separates off from the individual he was arguing with, and they both go separate ways. But the guy carrying the eggs flips the cloth covering over top of the eggs and then proceeds down this other area where you see him kind of look shiftily about and disappear into a door beneath a pedway, like a brick and stone pedway that's over top of the path. And there's a huge oaken door down below, and he kind of does this like looking around and then proceeds inside. There is no sign on the door.
She'll scout out the door or the building and see if there's any rooftop entrances or any kind of hidden entrances she could sneak in.
Okay, you see them passing. You see people just casually passing through this pedway, and it seems that a set of stairs winds up on the building on the other side. There's an open arch, not a door, and people can go up to this pedway, and they cross over. And there appears to be a sort of market up near the rooftop where you are, where the pedway opens up into a little bit of a courtyard. There's hedges and plants lining this huge courtyard, and there's vendors selling what appears to be jewelry and items of gold crafting. And there's a number of guards stationed around the outside area of this thing. Not down at the base of the building, but just this courtyard. But from what you can tell, it doesn't seem that the building that the courtyard is on top of actually connects with that pedway. So it seems to be cut off by a floor.
She'll just do whatever she has to do to follow that guy discreetly.
Okay, so in order to follow him discreetly, you would probably have to duck in one of the upper windows. So I would need an acrobatics check for you to descend from the roof where you are down in towards the window. There is no shadow on this side from what you can see. The sun is really big.
Yeah, you're gonna ask me that.
Yeah.
Like, none of this teleporting bullshit. Let me
Yeah. What'd you roll, my friend?
20.
20. Okay, well, you definitely nimbly step down into the archway of this window, and you can see that guy disappears just as you do, disappears into a door that leads off in another direction on just a floor below where the courtyard is. So you would have to descend the short stairs inside the window and head down that corridor to follow him.
She'll just continue following him from a safe distance, waiting enough time to not make it known that this guy's being followed.
Okay.
But yeah, she's just quietly and just kind of, if he looks back or whatever, she just blends in with the crowd.
Okay.
Or just kind of like minor illusions, like to be part of the wall. So she's just following this guy.
Okay, so as you descend, you definitely know that there's a couple of people that you can hear voices as you're coming down the stairs. So we'll come back to that. MJ, did you have an idea of a dog's name yet? Did you come up with anything interesting?
He's a boy, right? Or
He's a
girl?
boy. It's actually a boy or a girl because there were two of them and they were almost identical black ones. So you can have a boy or a girl.
Ooh, I'll probably pick a girl and name it Nyx.
Okay. That's Nix.
NYX.
NYX. Okay.
I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, so we've got a name for MJ's dog. Grond, what are you doing?
Grond is going to look for that curio shop.
Okay, you find that curio shop, no problem. The attendants that were attending you inside the council chambers, as you were going out, they kind of gave you guys directions towards that. that area. So stepping in, you definitely see an older gentleman seated behind a desk. There is all manner of parchment and like old lamps, several of which, and he seems to have like several different items like bulked up, like he may be collecting them. And really, it's just an absolute gong show of visual interest in here.
What I would expect, to be honest.
Yeah, he introduces himself as Finian. That's Finion. Finian the Rascal, they call me.
The rascal.
Oh, Finian, you rascal.
What a rascal.
The rascally rabbit.
And he says, what is it you're looking for? What do you collect?
Well, I'm looking to collect items of interesting capability.
Oh, he says, well, then you've come to the right place. He's like, I have all manner of potions, even a few wands if you need them, but you look more the sword and shield type. I do have an excellent array of weapons. An exotic shield, perhaps?
Well, those would sound interesting. I'm looking for things of a little different nature.
Please do tell.
Say an object that could make an individual grow or shrink.
He says, excellent. Okay, Grond, you have a 90% chance of this gentleman having what you are looking for in this case.
21.
Okay. He actually pulls out a small box from behind the counter, opens it, and inside you see a finely crafted gold ring in a large adult male size. You know that it wouldn't fit you, and he says, please, here, try this. And he holds up your hand, and he slides it on, and as he points it at your finger, you see the ring enlarge in his hands to slide easily over your finger. And he says, now focus on being smaller. Please, try it out, he says.
Grond will focus on being smaller.
And you see the counter rise above you as you descend down towards the floor. And you shrink.
Oh, that's cool.
Excellent.
And he's like, he looks over the counter, he's like, would you like it?
Can it also do the reverse? Can it make me larger?
Think about being larger, but mind the ceiling, he says.
Wait.
Being
So,
larger.
with
And
his enlarge ability and now with the device, so 9 times 3, so he can now be 27 feet tall.
Nope.
It doesn't work
30
in conjunction like that.
Oh, dang.
So it's an either or.
So I can't cast my spell and use it at the same time?
No.
No. Oh shit!
They're essentially the same magic.
But with the ring, you don't have to expel a spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
But with the ring, you don't have to expel a spell slot.
No,
And the other nice thing about the ring
cool.
is I also don't have to worry about concentration.
Yeah.
He says, well, that little beauty, 800 gold pieces, my friend.
No, that's actually not bad.
Imagine Grond is like the Marshmallow Man in Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, that's what I was hoping for.
I'm going to need a little persuasion out of Grond.
14 plus. Oh, I guess I get to add my persuasion bonus. So
You
21 dirty.
He agrees to part with it for a mere 650 gold pieces. He's not happy about it, but you get the sense that he's willing to do it despite that.
Grond will have to borrow about 100 from the party treasure. So
No
when
problem.
we split it, Grond will lose that portion. And he is going to be essentially tapped except for like a couple of stray gold and a couple of silver.
You won't starve.
On as much rations and food that I can possibly carry for me and my dog now.
Okay. So you can load up on rations. We'll consider those free, supplied by the kitchen staff at the
Okay.
council hall.
I want to actually see if I can I do want to still try to get armor for the dog, but I want to try to like have it so that it can be adjustable as it grows really fast.
Okay, so that you can easily get. There's definitely limners, leather workers all over the place in here, so you're able to find that. Purchasing a suitable harness for your dog and a leash, you can get that made for, we'll say, 10 copper.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, and it's a small harness. And then, Calyndra, what are you doing?
I got a model for that too.
She's just wandering around the city, kind of getting the feel for things.
Okay, roll
Get a feeling
perception.
for the Thieves Guild and stuff. 15.
Okay, while keeping an eye out, you note Kite scooting across the rooftops, and you lose sight of her just on the from your position. She seems to have gone further east.
I was about to say, I beg your pardon. She most certainly does not. Kite didn't
Calyndra sends her a message. Where are you off to?
She doesn't say anything back. She's been all ninja mode there.
Yeah, and Calyndra is specifically looking for thieves, specifically looking for people.
Actually, no. Yeah, she'll say she found some criminal types, might be a lead. And yeah, she's investigating.
So you can head down an alleyway towards the direction that you were headed there if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it's a long and barely lit alleyway, I may add. And it turns a bend towards the south as you continue. Gone Bops, what are you doing? You've dropped off a sack of gold and those gnomes are working away. We're going to come right back to Calyndra here, but what are you up to?
Well, I'm just all in on these crossbows. I'm trying to like nurture them to like make sure that they're birthed well and sticking close with those gnomes and giving them all the inspiration to do their finest work and make those checks like super high.
So you find that your keen eye, you are actually learning something of the craft these gnomes are doing, and you feel quite confident that you may be able to, with a little bit of practice, craft a similar weapon or craft something, as intricate as they're crafting if you pay attention. So we'll do an intelligence check through the course of this, and we'll see how much you pick up. We're going to come back to Calyndra, though. Calyndra, you see Kite disappear off that time. You heard the message. You kind of have a sense where she might be headed down that alley. But as you come down that alley, there's a couple of surly types headed your way. And they look like they're not moving. And that both of them, larger men, are blocking the path.
Is it possible to climb up to the roof?
There is a drain pipe coming off of one of the upper floors that appears to be running the length. You can perform an acrobatics check and pull yourself up the roof.
$17.
17 is successful. You manage to nimbly scoot yourself up to the rooftop and get a better vantage point, although you don't see Kite. She has apparently disappeared from view. You do sense that the direction that she was coming from, there appears to be a pedway just about 40 feet from where you are. It drops down onto a stone walkway that goes over top of the main street and heads into a courtyard. There's a few guards surrounding that courtyard, but it looks like little market stalls up there.
Okay, I'll head over there. But I'm going to try and move like stealthily and keep hidden.
Okay, so roll me some stealth as you attempt to nimbly cross over the top of this stone pedway.
15.
15? Okay, yeah, no problem. You get over there, and traffic is actually fairly light on the top of the pedway. The market looks like it's got a few people in it, but not as bustling as the street down below. So you manage to duck over there, and as you do so, you could have sworn, roll me a perception check, please.
20.
That you saw Kite disappear off the roof and down into a window just on the other side of the pedway.
I will send a message.
Yeah, if she's messaging Kite telepathically, she'll keep her up to date on where she's
Okay.
gone.
So you get a general sense of the position, although you do not seem to see an entrance into the tower short of the window that you saw Kite disappear into. Looking down below the pedway, you see that there is a large oaken door below the pedway that would lead into the lower levels, but you do not see a way to access those the inside of that tower from up here.
I'm going to just kind of hang out above those doors and see if anybody goes in, if they use some sort of a code or anything to get in.
Okay, so you wait for a while and you don't see anybody come in or out of that door.
I'll ask Kite what's inside too.
Kite, you hear that message come through as you're descending the stairs, and you hear those voices up ahead in the hall down. That's when you get her message.
This sounds like hush talking. I can't quite hear it yet. I'm gonna risk a closer look.
Okay.
You know what? I'll actually head down then and see if I can go through the doors.
Okay, so you actually open the doors, and they open with ease. There doesn't appear to be anybody on the side, and you see that there's a set of stone stairs curling around. It's almost like you're on the inside of a tower. They kind of curl around and head up to another floor, but there doesn't appear to be anything other than a long oaken desk with a bell on top of it. But it appears that the shelves behind, or what was once used as some kind of entrance area, is now covered in cobwebs and dust, and appears to be unused at the back of the underside of these stairs. So you get the feeling that this area, you can tell looking at where you're walking, is fairly well used, but that area where the desk is and stuff is just like covered in dust, and doesn't appear that anybody's even bothered with it. Are you going to ascend the stairs?
I'm just going to check out the dusty area quickly and then I'll go up.
Okay, roll investigation for me, please.
Oh, 19 plus 25.
Okay, as you lean over the thing, you can see that there is some kind of either homeless or transient person sleeping just under the nook in the stairs. And you can see the trail just along the edges of the wall where they've kind of crept over the thick layer of dust covering everything, and they've smuggled themselves into the corner underneath the stairs for shelter.
I'll just head up the stairs.
Okay, you head up the stairs, and as you do so, Kite crosses your path, heading in the general direction. To your right, there is an archway that opens up and heads down a long hallway, and you can hear the sound of conversation coming from down the hallway. Both you and Kite can hear that now. Kite, you've come down the stairs, and you see Calyndra coming up the stairs, just as you reach this little landing that heads down a corridor.
Did I lose track of my mark?
No, you see them heading down that hallway, and you can hear the sounds of conversation. It sounds like more than just those two gentlemen.
So they passed right by Calyndra then?
No, you guys, she come up just as you were coming down, and those guys were already headed down the hall. So you guys she come up from the base floor. You came in and walking down. It's kind of like a tower on the inside. So with different landings at different points. So as you were coming down, she was coming up, and you guys ended up on the same landing. Yeah. And
Calyndra's just going to continue on like she belongs in the place.
Okay, no problem. You guys continue on over at Mirajane. What are you doing? You have a dog, a harness. You're all loaded up with this thing. You've got some food. You're welcome to put any of that in your room if you want. You'll probably take the dog with you.
Well, I'm gonna spend time with it and whatnot. I'm probably gonna, as soon as possible, start trying to train it with certain hand gestures of when to tell it to stay or attack or whatever.
Okay, roll me a nature check.
Okay. 16.
Okay, you actually find that you are getting along with this puppy quite well, and it appears to be, kind of paying attention to you and seems relatively friendly with you. So you are developing rapport with your animal. That is a good thing. Bops, they're crafting away on your crossbows. Emus, you're still pouring through books, my friend?
Yeah, no, I'm looking for spells, anything I can purchase or put in the spell book.
Okay. So, yeah, the books of spells, you would just have to sit and pour over them over the next day and a half kind of thing. So we're going to say that Emus buries himself in a book for the evening, and you guys kind of get everything done that you need to get done during the day. So the only thing is that if anybody comes back towards the council hall, you'll note that out of everybody that's arrived, Kite and Calyndra, you guys kind of get like the sun is starting to set like on the day after all of this. You guys following along and doing stuff like that. The day progresses relatively uneventful. People shop and stuff. You guys are still pursuing down towards the person that you were following there. Are you sending a message to anybody else?
No, I'll let Grond know where we are.
Okay, so Grond, you get that message.
Grond will also let her know where he is and ask if there's anything that she is curious for.
You know, look at check into a ring of invisibility.
Oh.
Fair enough. I shall ask on that.
Okay.
So I might be able to learn how to spell sculpt and give you imbued items like that with the spells I know. Just on that shared, like that proficiency thing that Kelly shared.
A ring of invisibility. You got to be careful because I think that's the one ring that binds them all.
One ring to find them.
Yeah, also Finian informs Grond that a ring of such import would fetch a fine price, probably between 8 and 10,000 gold.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
that is a item of legend.
That's a very, very important item, and not the kind of thing merchants tend to part with easily.
Better start saving up.
He's like, can you imagine the wonders someone could get into with a ring of invisibility, my friend?
Kelly just proposed a business opportunity.
What other rings does he happen to have? That's the
I'm going to go and get our cat off of our china cabinet. Give me a second.
Fuck.
You should ask for arrows, Lynette.
Just have like, a magical quiver of infinity arrows that you know have in like all movies. They just have arrows coming out of their mouth.
I'm going to get let's see. I'm going to get Brit. I'll get you to roll a D.
Sure.
Oh, look at that. He's
don't bring
that's like his old face right there. He's just like, ooh. Yeah. That's right. I'm drunk. I shouldn't have said that.
Me and you both, bro. That was awesome. China cabinet. That hits home because I just moved my mom and set up her china cabinet for her. Oh.
Oh man, the china cabinet.
Yeah.
Damn cat.
But you if there's magical arrows, those would probably be good.
Magical quiver.
Yeah.
So do what?
That was the best. You're like this.
I know.
Sorry about that. I just had to cast.
What am I rolling?
Dispel my
D20.
kind of dickishness.
He's out there again, Ty. He took off.
It's okay. At
Select
least he's
him.
not up on the cabinet.
Okay. So you have
Anyone want a cat?
He has 3 rings. Now, what did you roll, Brit?
I rolled a 3.
A 3. Okay. He has a ring of evasion.
Evasion.
That's good.
Now, a ring of evasion has 3 charges, and it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. When you fail a dexterity saving throw while wearing it, you can use your reaction to expend one of its charges to succeed on that saving throw instead of fail.
Ooh. Ooh, how much is that?
That is 820 gold pieces.
Cool. What else do you have?
Okay, now I'll get Grond to roll. There's two more rings here.
You want me to roll?
And what am I?
Am I
rolling d20s? Sorry.
I like rings, but I'm
6?
pretty good at dex saves.
What did you want me to roll? Percentile
D20.
again?
Nope, D20, please. Yeah.
A 19
It had to be the last one.
and a 6.
No, you just get one roll, and then who else is attending this curio shop?
I'm looking for spells.
I'm
Okay,
all
so-
in on
Curio
Yeah.
shop.
Okay, so I'll just go with Grond's rolls. What'd you roll? Sorry, Grond? 19 and a what?
19 and a 6.
Okay, a ring of water walking.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get the fuck out of here. A ring of invisibility. So
Just because.
yeah, that's funny actually. That's like out of.
Oh my god.
Hey, it's another O face. Look at that guy. He's just like having the greatest time tonight.
I think that's
You'd have to use a lot of money for that ring of invincibility.
But yeah, that's $8,000 right there.
just get Calyndra to steal it. She won't mind.
I was just gonna say, I mean, he's got to leave the shop sometime.
Yeah,
No,
we should play
no,
sleight of hand misdirection with some of the rings we already have. I'll play a screen on that if you need.
Well, I have the invisibility spell as well. Go in.
Invisibility to steal the ring of invisibility.
No,
Yes. Yes.
let's not steal it. This guy,
Yeah.
Real.
we're
What
just
you don't know won't hurt you.
Yeah, I guess.
Grond is happy to walk away from this shop with what he has, and he won't be a party to theft.
Oh, that's what I missed.
You
yeah,
missed
so-
nothing. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the only thing is the ring of invisibility. We already made the determination that he didn't have one of those. He did say that it would fetch a great price.
Oh, there it goes again.
It is a legendary item. Kind of like, all of a sudden having like the most powerful thing in some random shop. Like
Yeah, but we're like level.
level 7. That's not legendary really territory.
Not
Oh,
quite.
dude, I don't really want to just waste a bunch of money on one just yet.
Especially,
Something better will come down.
we
the
can
road.
all cast invisibility. I can cast it on a group. Like,
What level can you do that at?
all the way down.
I think it's a second level spell. So,
Yeah, but when you can cast on multiple people.
you just increase the spell slot. So if you do, I think level 4, can't you do like 2 more people?
Yeah, I think so. I think it starts with 3, and then you can go up to 5.
The highest I can do is level 4. So that
Yeah.
me and 2 other people. But at that point, we can't use magic without going back to. We can do other things except attack.
I think the ring of visibility is like that too. Anyways,
It is because I have greater invisibility, and greater invisibility is so much better. Makes me allowed to do magic while I'm invisible.
that's
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
There we go.
But it only lasts 1 minute, whereas regular invisibility lasts an hour. So
This is
they
true.
both have their uses.
Yeah, but combat is where that becomes useful.
Yeah, for greater invisibility, for sure. Yeah.
So
you can
those
cast
are the only rings that he has.
Okay. What other magical items in this shop does he have?
Does he have
he has
arrows or bolts?
Quivers.
he has 3 rods, or 3 wands, and a single rod that is magical. And he
What
pulls
are-
out these old, like one's made of wood, another's made of like fairly shiny metal. You would guess it's steel, maybe polished steel.
And what's
The other 2 appear to be made of wood. And for those, while you're digging, I'll get Mirajane to roll me a d20. Yep, d20, please.
Oh, 7.
It doesn't matter low because it's a very random list.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
7. A wand of magic missiles.
Ooh, I like that
How
one.
much is that?
The wand has 7 charges, and while holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast the magic missile spell from it. For 1 charge, you cast the first level version of the spell. You can increase the spell slot level by 1 for each additional charge you expend. And it regains 1d6 plus 1 expended charges daily at dawn.
That's not bad. That's like one shot 7d4.
Yeah, so you can have you can increase it up to level 7. Now, one caveat he explains is that if you expend the wand's last charge, meta, you'll be required to roll a d20, and on a 1, that wand crumbles to ashes and is destroyed. So he does give you that warning.
Okay.
How much
is it?
How much for the extended warranty? Am I right, guys?
That fine item will be 1,400 gold pieces.
Yikes.
Well,
What are the other wands and rods?
Okay, if Bops has taken a break from his peering over the gnome's work at the forge there to join these two.
No, sorry, I'm not taking a break. I'm like,
okay, then Grond needs to roll the next one to determine what that wand is. Since they're the only
and
two
what am I
in the shop.
rolling?
D20,
D20 again?
Yep.
Grond.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
Well, nat 20. That is interesting for sure. I'm gonna also need a. Oh wow. Huh. Interesting. Okay, now this one he does inform you is rather expensive, but it is a wand of wonder.
Oh.
That's essentially the same as me casting a level 1 or greater spell, but it happens every time. Life is like a wand of wonder. You never know what you're gonna get.
I mean, one of the effects is a cloud of 600 oversized butterflies fills a 30-foot radius centered on a target.
Awesome, I want it.
You know, it's got all kinds of stuff. But he says
wand of random.
Yeah, but he says that he wouldn't take anything less than 4,200 gold pieces for it. Now, you guys have gemstones and all kinds of stuff, so I imagine if you were to trade in a lot of those things, that your personal overall party treasure is probably getting near something, it's got to be getting close to 10,000 gold pieces of value, I'm sure.
Do you want to know?
Do you know quickly?
Yep.
Okay.
I can post it in the chat and you can read it out.
Yeah, or you can just tell us what the overall gold piece value of everything that you've got, if you know that.
I'm on demand. I posted. No, that's the wrong chat. Sorry.
Oh. So anyway, I'm just saying you guys have a lot of treasure. So if you did want to, expend a lot of the party treasure to accommodate one of these items, yeah. So
what are the other ones?
Yeah,
I mean, wand of wonder.
So Brit, need you to roll for the final wand located here.
The electrum that we have there would be more than enough to cover it.
Yeah, so for sure the electrum there would be enough to cover it.
Really? Oh.
Yep, if you guys wanted one of these more expensive items, you definitely have enough treasure to purchase one of these items, or even a couple of them.
I want the wand of wonder, and I got a 16.
Well, the wand of wonder does require attunement by a spellcaster.
I'm a spellcaster, aren't I?
Technically, but you're a cleric, not a mage.
Either the wizard or myself could use it, because both of us would be attuned to that casting.
Well, I'm a
or
caster
Bops too could.
Bops is on that too. I don't like. I like control. Randomness is an Emus thing.
Okay,
Calyndra could do it too, right?
16, so what's the other one?
You got a 16?
Yeah.
That is a wand of secrets. And that wand has 3 charges, and while holding it, you can use an action to expend one of its charges, and if a secret door or trap is within 30 feet of you, the wand pulses and points at the nearest one to you.
Calyndra does that pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Calyndra is actually pretty wicked at detecting stuff like that. So there is one other staff here, and then the rest of the Yeah. The rest of the items appear to be an assortment of, other mundane items.
What's the staff?
Need a roll of D20, please.
6.
Staff of Striking. It is very rare, requires attunement. The staff can be wielded as a magic quarterstaff that grants a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls with it. It has 10 charges, and when you hit with a melee attack using it, you can expend up to 3 of its charges. For each charge you expend, the target takes an extra 1d6 force damage. Now, if you expend the last charge on that, keep in mind, on a 1, you roll a d20, and on a 1, the staff becomes a non-magical quarterstaff. And that fine item, he is looking for 3,200 gold for. But you feel that he's trying to push his luck with the price at this point. And while you guys debate on those items, Calyndra and Kite, you guys carry down that hall, and it kind of opens up into what seems to be a large tavern area. There are no doors or no windows, rather, to this thing, so you get the sense that it's inside of another area. But it goes down a few steps into a door. There's a huge bouncer at the door near you. And he kind of gestures you in, and there's all walks of life in here. You seem to have lost sight of your mark for a moment, Kite, but then you pick them up.
Oh,
There we go.
yeah. I don't know. Are any of those items that great? Like the Wand of Wonder seems a little too random.
Could be fun though.
It could be. They really kind of want it, but
To the group, I'm going to ask if they will accompany me to the. There's an actual wizard council in Calyndra, but you need to get like permission and stuff like that. Like you.
Yeah, I'll come with you, Emus. I guess.
Grond would go as well.
If that's perhaps maybe where I can actually like learn stuff that's not just random. Because we're going into a war, so there's specific things we should study, kind of thing, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe if Grond will go, I'll just stick with my my babies, the twins.
Okay,
I like the puppy. The puppy's going to be an awesome feature.
I just hope it survives. I'm going to be so mortified when it dies.
I think you're a little too. I think you're a little too focused on pets dying there. I think it'll be fine.
No, because I had a recent. That's gone, boss. But me recently, I had a dog die in the family, so I get it. It's a tough go.
Yeah.
I've been through a couple, and it's never pleasant. So, yes, we're gonna have fun, but 15 years later, everybody's gonna be crying.
I'm worried more like a week later.
No, fuck what? Shut up.
Man.
No, man.
You're going into like hell with a puppy? Like, come on.
No, I have a model with a direwolf with armor, just like she described. So this dog's gonna live to like at least 7 years old. Shut up.
Awesome.
Well, we'll do our best.
As you, Kite and Calyndra, walk into that bar, you also see that there's a notably huge boar. I mean, this boar is probably 4 times the size of your average boar. Its head is mounted right over top of the front of the bar, and you see the boar's head over top, written over top of it. So that apparently is the name of this tavern, although it does strike you as curious that it's not advertised from outside the establishment. And you guys kind of work your way in. It's like very smoky in here, and just kind of, low lit. And you get the sense of all kinds of people in here, unsavory types, and even people that look like they don't belong here.
Or Mark, did he go sit at the table somewhere?
Yep, he sits on a table opposite the side of the bar. So as you come around, the bar is circular with that huge boar's head at the front, and as you come around the back side of the bar, you see that there's several empty booths, and he takes a seat at one of those, pulls out a pouch, and begins to count coin.
Kite will kind of nonchalantly gesture to Calyndra who the mark is, and then she'll say to her, "Hey, I feel like we never hang out. Why don't you buy me a drink?" And she'll go motion them to go sit at the bar, kind of within earshot of that guy, and just kind of be able to go on a lovely drink date while listening on this guy.
Calyndra will go to the bar, get a nice drink for herself and a cheap one for Kite, and go sit down right behind the guys.
A silver piece for each of your drinks, and you guys take up the empty booth right behind the gentleman counting coin on the other side. He kind of eyeballs you as you go over, but you two are...
I just nod at him and start drinking.
I thought we were going like up to the bar, so we're not like...
She went up to the bar, got a drink. You guys are going to stay at the bar and just kind of listen from a distance?
Yeah, like you don't want to tip them off, right? That we're just like, hey, by the way...
The bar is crowded. You guys wouldn't actually be the only people to be milling about the area close by. And you do see while you're seated at the bar and she's ordering a drink, you note that the waitress appears to take his order and then return a couple of moments later with a flagon of ale and slide it across the table to him. He continues to count some coins out of a small belt pouch that is set on the table, and his covered box is seated beside him on the bench seat.
Calyndra, do you have any spells that you could like listen in, or do you just gotta like do some zero focus stuff?
Well, no, she's looking that up. Grond, what are you doing? Are you joining them? Because you guys have the ability to message back and forth, so I'll say that you're able to get to that location if you wish.
Well, Grond, I think, was going with Emus to his old school or whatever.
Well, more of I'm looking to see if I can send a message to El Shanir.
Oh, not from this distance.
No, like ravens or nothing. Okay.
No.
You
could send a raven to Al Shanir with a message, but that would take days.
Yeah, no. Is there a mage or college or something I can go try and?
There is definitely a magical collegiate of sorts. You know that there is a building that you're directed to for any kind of arcane arts and study. And going inside, you can see that it's a huge volume on the inside of this place, and it's like a huge circular area with books rolling up either side of it. There are guards stationed everywhere, though, and there seems to be scholarly types milling about, similar to what you found in the last library you were at. But the books and stuff here appear to be all of a somewhat arcane nature, and most appear to be locked into cabinets.
Is there? Did the council give us permission to go through the city and research for the
They didn't say anything about permission to go into the city and research for anything. They just directed you to the one location.
So I'm gonna try my best to work my way into this library and to read a couple books.
Okay. So you find that you've actually got to approach the librarian, so to speak, at the far end of this gathering hall. There's long bench seats and tables where scholarly types are poring over huge stacks of books and stuff. So you make your way to the back, and she says that you just need to tell her what you're looking for, and she'll direct an attendant to a cabinet with a key, and they'll unlock the book, take down your name, and you're allowed to check that book out, but you are not allowed to leave the premises with it. So you can sit and pore over that book and try and study a spell or two over the next day or two.
Yeah, would that work? Yeah.
Yeah. So this is where Emus is going to spend his time for the next 2.5 days, till Bops' weapons are ready, till Grond's weapons are ready, till the forge kicks out enough of the throwing knives for Kite to satisfy her collection of bladed piercy things. And, Calyndra was able to refill her arrows very quickly. That was not a problem.
One last thing I think that Calyndra was hoping for was a quiver that could hold a tremendous volume of arrows or unlimited arrows or something along those lines.
Okay. So
like
there is, in fact, a 91% chance of discovering something like that already crafted here. So if I'll get you to roll, Calyndra, percentile, please.
Nice.
Go for it, Lynette. You can do it.
Okay.
Don't double lot yourself.
Double lots.
Uh, 68.
68. Okay, well within. You find that in one of the leatherworking shops, actually hanging up at the back, there is a quiver that actually looks like it's fan-shaped with a rounded top, and it's fairly thin, and you wear it somewhat like a backpack, and it actually holds up to a sum total of 100 arrows from left to right, but it's very heavy when worn. So depending on the nature of what you're doing, 100 arrows weighs a lot. But it's literally worn like a backpack.
Yeah, I don't think I want something really heavy on my back.
Okay. So
But
you don't find anything but your...
If it's only heavy if it's filled with 100 arrows, right? Like if you only have 60 arrows in it, it's probably not as heavy.
It's going to be pretty heavy, though.
So basically, it's explained by the
So you
person
can't
that's
get a
not
big
that.
folding backpack type thing for like.
So it's explained by the person that's holding is usually it's worn by someone else on the battlefield who rolls in, kneels down in front of several archers who then just like start pulling arrows out of this guy and firing them off. So that is unfortunately the only thing that you find of that nature. But
Keep
you're
looking, Grond.
Yeah. You're welcome to keep
Well,
searching.
after this, I was going to basically check in with Emus, make sure everything is okay there, and then potentially come and see how you two were doing.
So yeah, for each one of those spells, Emus, I'm going to give you a 39% chance. So I'm going to get you to roll. Rolling. You still using that digital die?
Yeah. Should I?
It's up to you. I always love to see the rolls. There you go. What is that?
55.
I guess I can click on it here. Oh, 55. Okay. So, yeah, you do not find any teleportation. Okay. Roll again for me. 32. Okay. You do find a charm monster spell. And that one apparently will only take you a couple of days to study and copy down and make appropriate use of. Roll again for me, please.
Worthwhile. Like charming that worm.
Okay, and one more time, please.
I'm sure.
Come on, Emus, you can do it, man.
Okay, so you did not find Dimension Door, but you did find Telekinesis.
Charm range. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. And who are we leaving out here? Gone Bops, are you still sticking around at the smith? So we're going to say, nighttime arrives on the first one. If you guys want, you can have a great sleep and roll through right to the next day. And I'd say that a lot of the stuff, the gathering and whatnot, you guys can do. We'll say that, unless you guys have something specific that you want to do, we'll say as far as the weapon crafting and stuff, that those processes roll along smoothly. So we'll jump back to Kite and what's going on in this bar here in a minute.
Interrogation.
Interrogation. Okay, so who all's going to the tavern to meet up with Kite and Calyndra? Anybody? Or you guys are just leaving them to their own devices?
I'm gonna be sleeping next to those crossbows. Even when the gnomes go home, I'm gonna be like cuddling them and making sure that they're all warm and yeah.
Oh yes. Good.
We'll walk in and just leave a bottle of wine next to him.
No.
Next time,
More
let's
bottles
knock
of
on the
wine.
doorknob.
One for
No,
each of us.
more of a cigar. These are my babies.
Yeah. So night falls, and returning back to the council chambers area, you would actually find that the place is fairly locked up. Down below, there is one council member present at the time that you go in to check. We're saying it's about, it's dusky, so 7 o'clock, 6:30ish, that kind of thing. You guys can smell cooking going on absolutely everywhere. And if you thought it was intense during the market, it just seems like it's even more intense now with, street side vendors marketing all kinds of foods, lots of street meat. John Bops with his crossbows, yeah. You know what's really weird is I was just watching, is that Carl Urban?
It's whatever from Thor Ragnarok.
Oh, yeah, it is Carl Urban then. Yeah, I was just watching Riddick today with Carl Urban. I was like, holy crap, it's Carl Urban Day today. So you guys, we are going to, I guess, Grond, what are you doing if you're not able to get down into cells, or if you're, like, do you want to go down there by yourself?
Grond will find a way to make his way down there because he really wants to get down if I have to. How many times a day can I use that ring?
That ring. Which one did you get?
As the ring of shrink and enlarge.
Oh, yeah. So that's up to 3 times per day, and it refills completely with dawn.
Nice.
And also those doors, if you head straight towards the doors and the council sees that you're not there to answer a question, they'll just simply like tap their, they've got a stone that they tap on a little, like they would a gavel, and down below the guards open those doors, and you're able to proceed down a long hallway towards the cells area.
I shall try and keep this quiet.
Okay. The council, the counselor that's sitting there is just kind of wide-eyed and shakes his head a little bit, leans back in his seat. Mirajane, it's like getting on nighttime. What are you doing?
No, I'll probably just be going back to my chambers with my dog.
Okay, so you head back to your chambers to rest one off. Emus is done. Gone, Bops. We know you're sleeping with your crossbows. Kite and Calyndra are amusing about the bar, listening to anything going on there. Grond, back to you. We head down the hall, and you're kind of directed down another set of stairs and back in the direction of the council chambers, where below those council chambers, you find it's a bit of a holding pen for various prisoners about to be either condemned or released. And you're directed towards a set of double doors at the back. A couple of guards walk you down towards the back, and then after a while, the attendant there, which is a bit of a burly, short man, dressed in leather armor, he comes up with a ring of keys. They let him through the double doors, and you're guided to a set of 4 small cells down a side chamber there. And in the very back in one of those cells, all the other cells are empty, and the 2 guards stand on inside the door, and they kind of let you go down there as this guy follows. And he kind of looks at you for a moment, and then he unlocks the cell door. It's kind of small for you, so you kind of got to squeeze yourself in. But once you're inside, you find the cells reasonably roomy, approximately 14 feet by 14 feet, and approximately 14 feet high. So you are in there, and you see a fairly disheveled and definitely battered and bruised individual wearing just his loincloth. And he appears to be seated on the stone floor, and he kind of cowers from you when you come in.
Oh, there's no reason to fear yet.
He's like,
you haven't lied to me yet.
The attendant says, is this the one you were looking for, or was it the other 2?
I'll start with this one.
Okay.
This will be a warm-up. If he dies a little prematurely, we'll have to see. Oh, sorry. Maybe he won't. I guess you want them intact.
The attendant says, it's not my business what goes on here. I just follow orders. And he's like, bang on the cage when you're done. I'll be waiting with the guards at the front here. And he just kind of wanders up to the guards. The only thing the city would be privileged is to own his property should he fall. This is the bartender, by the way.
Well, I shall try not to make him fall on my watch.
It's like, we've been told to let you proceed however you will, and you see them close those thick oaken doors at the front of the hall here. you hope that it might keep the sound down.
Now, this is it's going to sound weird. Grond is going to send a message to Emus.
Okay.
That when he's done, to come down here. And then Grond is going to sit in the most, to him, comfortable silence. But to this poor bastard, it's going to be the most uncomfortable silence until Emus gets here and until Kite gets here and Calyndra and everyone else. So he's just going to sit there, feet outstretched, sitting on the cage door, and he's just going to stare at him the whole time.
Yeah, you get the sense actually after about 10 minutes of this that you are definitely unnerving this fellow, and he appears to be quite very much unnerved by the fact that you haven't said much of anything at all. Yet appear to be staring him up like a meal. Emus, you received this message.
So I'm going to collect everyone. Okay, so put the books away. Thank everyone for their hospitality, and I'm going to make my way to search for everyone else to make my way to Grond.
Okay, so tomorrow, because you're studying spells, because this is the same night, what we'll have to do is tomorrow you will also have to take a huge block of that day to be studying in order to get those spells that we talked about.
I'm pretty good at bookworming.
Yep, no problem. So, you guys, as far as gathering people, though, you know exactly where Bops is, and you know where Mirajane is, but you do not know where Kite and Calyndra have disappeared to.
I'll
send a message.
Grab who I know where. Yeah, grab who I can find.
Yep.
And go. Yep.
Who has message besides Calyndra and Grond?
Nope.
That's it.
So Grond will message if he hasn't gotten in contact with them, Grond will message them.
Okay. So you guys hear this message. You're in the middle of the bar and you hear Grond's voice echo in your head.
I'd like to point out, if my wife was in this party, I would definitely have messaged too. So it's a convenient spell.
Yeah, so you guys hear this message, Calyndra and or Kite, whoever is directing that, maybe multiples. I know you guys have pretty free use of the message spell or the ability.
And they can respond back. They get one chance at response.
Well, I can carry on a full conversation with you.
So, Grond, what's your message and what are you relaying?
I am preparing to interrogate this barkeep. If you wish to join, you can feel free.
Okay.
Have we found out anything yet?
Nothing. I am just...
No, Kite and me. Have we found anything out from the guys?
No, but while you're sitting there, I will give you a perception roll.
And also going to be looking out for people who are coming to see him or like...
Okay, yeah, I need a perception roll from you and Calyndra.
24.
Did you say 16? Okay.
And Calyndra got 24.
Okay, yeah, so both of you notice that he seems to have locked eyes with somebody somewhere in the room. You're just having a little bit of trouble concerning exactly where he's looking, but you see that he's locked eyes with somebody. Calyndra, as you turn, you definitely see just kind of a dark-looking gentleman with a thick leather cloak, and he's got the hood up, and he's just sitting there enjoying a drink, and you see him nod towards the table. There's a little bit of there's a few moments of this that passes between the two, and then the one guy flips his hood back and kind of looks around and does not appear to notice you guys staring, but he makes his way down towards the table and takes a seat.
I don't think Kite would be staring.
Neither would Calyndra.
Yeah, we're trying to be really discreet, and if it looks...
Oh, yeah, but he still gets a roll to see whether or not you guys lock eyes, right? So just because you're staring, I mean, you're still looking in that general direction. He gets a chance, depending on, his class and profession, certainly to see whether or not somebody's, trying to be discreet like that.
And just for theatrics there too, if it looks like they're about to be made or something, like Kite will act like she's on a date
No, it doesn't look like he's taken any notice of you. And you actually see him cross the tavern floor and head over, like I said, take a seat across from him. And there's a little moment where both of them kind of look around, all sketchy, but you kind of see this at several other tables going on too, that there's a bit of sketchy business going on and around here. And the guy puts the little wooden crate with 2 eggs covered on the table and kind of slides it over to the gentleman. And the guy appears to be lifting up the side of the cover, and he takes a peek underneath. You see him reach his hand underneath, and he appears to be feeling the contents of the crate. And then after withdrawing his hand, you see him nod and pull out a fairly sizable pouch, which you can only assume is coinage, and plops it on the table and eases it across to the gentleman on the other side.
Just a quick pause and aside to Kite and Calyndra. Did you guys see that message I just sent?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Knowledge is power.
Is it worth a shot? Okay.
I
Yeah.
love how you have this devious little behind the DM's back channel. So?
I'm leaving it for those two to kind of make their way, and then Emus and others to make it here.
So, who all is joining Grond for this interrogation? You guys get that message. You're kind of playing out that scenario we just described.
Okay.
Emus, Mirajane, gone Bops?
Interrogation? Whoa.
I'll just leave it to them. I got, make sure that this birth happens in a good way.
Okay. So, so you actually hang out with your crossbows for the evening, and that's kind of where you plant yourself. You guys attend the interrogation, and you guys, what are you doing with these 2 individuals? You get
I'm just with the barkeep yet. Oh, sorry, you're talking the other 2.
Yeah. So you get the sense that they've just made an exchange now, and the gentleman who slid over the money takes the crate and kind of tucks his cloak over top of it, and then begins to get up from the table. Kite, Calyndra.
Just gonna use message with Kite. Did we want to follow him, or?
He's headed towards the only exit out of this place that you can see.
Sorry, which guy was it that was leaving? The guy who bought the eggs? Or
the guy that bought the eggs.
My instinct is thinking we follow the guy who sold them.
You see that individual tuck a fairly sizable pouch of coinage into underneath his cloak, and after a couple of minutes, he too waits for a bit and then gets out and starts heading towards the exit.
Yeah, my thoughts are the guy who sold them would have contacts with the black market in order to find someone to buy the stuff, so he might have more information than the guys buying.
Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah. I'm also thinking he has a big bag of cash, too.
I think that too. But, I think we follow him shortly after he leaves, and then maybe ask him for a private conversation.
Okay, so are you stopping him as he's leaving, as he's in the hall, or once he gets down onto street level?
Oh, like street level, not in the bar for sure.
Okay, so you wait until you get out. Yeah, and you step down, and he kind of carries on down the street. And you just kind of like walk up behind him, or walk up beside him nonchalantly, and start that conversation.
I was thinking more rooftops follow, and then when he gets to an alone place, drop down and Batman talk to him.
Okay, so he gets around, and you actually follow him for a little bit. Grond, that guy is still like pissing himself in front of you, legs outstretched. Kite and Calyndra, you're also following Kite along the rooftops, kind of thing, keeping an eye on this person.
I'll be following behind, kind of keeping in the crowds, kind of blending, trying to blend in.
Okay, so you guys kind of keep in the crowds, and Kite's doing the rooftops, and you guys kind of trail this guy for a bit. And he arrives at this long street, and down the street you see what appears to be a well-guarded and boarded-up establishment. The sign over top reads "The Harpy's Eyrie," and you recall the name from the other thing. And you see the man stop at the edge of the street and looks down for a moment, sees the guards, and then kind of hustles back down the opposite direction. Do you continue to follow?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys continue to follow. I'm going to get perception rolls from both of you.
Ooh. 9.
Okay.
14.
Okay, Calyndra, you almost lose sight of him in the crowd, and you barely catch him, but Kite manages from her rooftop vantage point to see him duck down an alley, and it looks like he stops at what appears to be a personal residence. It's not any kind of labeled door, and you see the man knock. Sorry, what was your perception roll? Kite?
14.
Okay, so as you see, he kind of knocks on the door, and I'm going to get another perception roll from you, please.
Hold on. Kind of want to back up a little bit. Do you say he turned down into an alley?
Correct.
I think we'd probably jump him once he came down to an alley before he knocked on the door.
Okay.
Is the alley empty?
The alley appears empty.
Okay, yeah, I would start moving closer as Kite jumps down.
That's our time to hit him.
Sandwich him.
You guys jump down on either side of this individual and very much startle him. And he appears to be bolting back down towards the street. But unfortunately,
there's a knife at his throat if he tries to turn.
Well, Calyndra's behind him too.
There's a Calyndra behind him and a knife at his throat. So he stammers. And actually, the bag of coinage that he was carrying underneath his cloak hits the ground with a dull thud, spilling several coins out onto the street. And he's like, "Please, what are you doing?"
I'll pick it up.
He's like, "You don't want to do that."
Why not?
Like, that's not my money. I was brokering a deal.
For who?
Well, now you're about to broker a new deal. And
He's like, "Please, no. He'll kill me." Sleep now. Sleep. Yeah.
Who is he?
It's like, never mind. Just, you can't take that. My life would be forfeit. What do you want?
Well,
your life belongs to me now. And she's got this knife like right into his throat. She's like, "Listen, we know what you sold. We know you've got connections to the black market. If you want to walk out of here intact here, you're going to answer our questions, understand?"
He's like, "I'll give you the information on how to connect with the black market here in Calyndra if that's what you're looking for, but I must return to the person who hired me with the money in hand. And I must do that soon."
Right. What you must do is answer our questions. Are you going to do that, or is my knife going to start asking?
He's like, "Do you want me to lead you to my contact? Is that it?"
I want to know... Okay, what do I want to know here?
Well, fortunately, Kite, you have a moment to think about it, because this is where the chapter closes. On these two dark, very chapters, so we'll give you some time to think about that until next week's session. We'll give Grond some time to think about how he wants to approach this interrogation, and how Mirajane wants to train that potentially beastly animal that she's got. It's cute now because it's young. Bops, we're going to find out how those hand crossbows work out for your next session. And Emus definitely will be coming to the table with a lot more magical prowess than he went in with. And then we'll pick this up next week. So we'll let everybody go for now. Thank you all so much for coming out as usual. Great to see everyone.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, team.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, have a great weekend. We'll see you soon.
See you next week.
Getting that armor finally.
Night, Mr. Kelly.
Yes, sir.
For those claws, when I get them, what do you figure for damage? Like short sword 1d6?
So yeah, I think 1d6 would be fine. There's definitely going to be a plus modifier to them. So I'm just going to consider that for a couple of days on how well the craftsmanship is, but I'll let you articulate the weapon stats, and then I'll just have a look at what you feel those stats should be, and then I'll just either say, yeah, that sounds good to me.
My thought was it was going to be like those massive shredder gauntlets with the spikes and everything on the back, and then I want it to almost be one unified piece. So then everything comes over the arm, and then it'll have almost like a cestus wrist, so almost over the knuckles even as a gauntlet, and then 3 blades about the length of a short sword each.
Oh wow!
So, I mean, if it's if it's a short sword's damage, I'm fine with that. It's simple, whatever.
Are you wanting to keep flexibility in the wrist to be able to hold weapons as well?
I want to be able to try and use them even to climb shit.
Okay.
So I'd like some wrist flexibility. It doesn't have to be much articulation, but I also want a handle in here, and I also want to be able to almost use them like a shield.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm fine if it's reduced damage. If I can even get an AC bonus from, that's cool too.
Yeah, so you'll get an AC bonus of, I'd say, +1, actually +2. Yeah, I'd say you get that. The only thing is that holding weapons and using weapons with them, not
going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, and that's just it, because there's going to be the hand brace that I'm going to have to use to articulate.
Yeah.
So for the most part, if I'm using those, it's just like a kind of a punch claw. So it's reduced damage. I'm cool.
Okay.
And then if it's pristinely or high quality made, I can
it'll
potentially
definitely
get it in. I can get it enchanted later, so I can get some magical out of it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well then, that sounds good, man. I look forward to seeing how you end up using those things for sure.
Exactly.
Killer, man. Right. Well, I will catch you up in chat, or I'll catch you up later this weekend.
Have a good one.
Thanks, brother. You too. Bye.